Thank you for making it out early for some weighty intellectual discourse. If I haven't met you before, to our guests, I'm Rob Vischer. I'm the dean here at St. Thomas, and I want to officially welcome you to the St. Thomas Law Journal's Fall Symposium, exploring the rise of private power and its interaction with political authority. I want to thank Megan Massey and all the student editors who have worked hard putting this together, as well as their faculty advisor, Professor Ben Carpenter, and Professor Chuck Reed, who is the moving force behind this particular symposium. I also want to thank our speakers for taking time to participate. It's a great lineup and an important conversation. It's especially important, I think, for a Catholic law school to be the venue for this conversation, as I'll explain in a moment. 5 or 10 years ago, you might have looked at this program and concluded, typical left-leaning concerns about private power coming out of a left-leaning legal academy. Concerns over private power, after all, meant concerns over the free market. Times have changed pretty obviously, and concerns over private power is definitely a bipartisan issue. Just last week, the Federalist Society convened its annual conference, and the theme was private and public power. The annual Federalist Society debate posited this as the premise for the debate. Quote, resolved, concentrated corporate power is a greater threat to individual freedom than government power. That was the debate at the Federalist Society. David Brooks just yesterday reported from the National Conservatism Convention in Florida, noting the emergence of a new right dedicated to, quote, using state power to break up and humble the big corporations and push back against coastal cultural values. The rise of private power is a concern across the political spectrum, though the origins of the concern differ widely. This political reshuffling is largely irrelevant to Catholic social teaching, of course, as that has never really stuck to partisan scripts or red-blue categorization. So how might we frame today's conversation from the vantage point of the animating faith tradition of this law school? To be clear, the church has never prescribed particular parameters for private power or set specific levels beyond which income inequality becomes intolerable or anything like that. But the church does have plenty to say that is relevant to today's inquiry. In Centesimus Annus, the papal encyclical addressing the emergence of a new economic order in the wake of the Berlin Wall coming down, John Paul II explained that socialism's fundamental error was anthropological in nature. Socialism, he writes, quote, considers the individual person simply as an element, a molecule within the social organism, so that the good of the individual is completely subordinated to the functioning of the socioeconomic mechanism. And socialism, quote, maintains that the good of the individual can be realized without reference to his free choice. Man is thus reduced to a series of social relationships, and the person as the autonomous subject of moral decision disappears, the very subject whose decisions build the social order. Might this description also fit some instances in which private power is wielded in the world today? Even the reasons underlying the church's embrace of democracy may be a bit more of an awkward fit today. In that same encyclical, John Paul II writes that, quote, the church values the democratic system in as much as it ensures the participation of citizens in making political choices, guarantees to the governed the possibility both of electing and holding accountable those who govern them. Thus, she cannot encourage the formation of narrow ruling groups which usurp the power of the state for individual interests or for ideological ends. What does this mean in terms of how the Catholic Church might evaluate our democracy in 2021? Finally, John Paul II extols the virtues of intermediate communities, mediating associations. These are the various organizations and entities that lie between the individual and the state. He extols their virtues because they are, quote, real communities of persons that prevent society from becoming an anonymous and impersonal mass. Today, the question might be, at what point do the organizations that lie between the individual and state actually become more akin to the state contributing to society becoming an anonymous and impersonal mass? Are the answers to any of these questions clear? Well, not exactly. That's why I'll turn it over to the experts now. These are vital and difficult issues, and I'm grateful for their willingness to guide our exploration.
My name is Madison Fernandez, and I'm the current editor-in-chief of the St. Thomas Law Journal. Thank you all for being here today. For our next panel, I would like to introduce our two speakers. The first is Asean Velenov. He received his JD from McGeorge Law School and is a visiting professor at Fordham. He is a California licensed attorney who has been based in Shanghai, China for the past 19 years. He is with a leading domestic law firm and is also a consultant with media platforms such as Shanghai Media Group and China Tourism Journalists Association. He teaches international law and business classes at the East China University of Political Science and Law and at Emlyon Business School. He advises Chinese and foreign enterprises, government entities, and high net worth individuals with their cross-border deals and investments, often from an early stage, including educating decision makers about viable options and regions of high potential, coordinating the creation of a deal support team through the closing deal. He provides frequent commentary on investment, corporate, and China matters for publications in China, Europe, and the US. Please welcome me in welcoming Mr. Velenov.
Thank you.
For our next speaker in the panel, we have Neelam Siam. She is a qualified academic who has 18 years of teaching experience. She graduated with a BA and an MA in political science from the University of Delhi. She has done a Master's of Philosophy from Kurukshetra University and completed her PhD from Singhania University. Presently, she is working as head of the department at the IPEM Law Academy. She has vast experience of conducting seminar, workshops, FDPs, and awareness programs. She has presented 37 research papers at various national as well as international seminars and conferences. Besides that, she has published 30 papers at national and international journals, chapters in edited books. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Siam. And just a reminder to those who are on our webinar, feel free to drop any questions that you have in the chat as well, and we will have those at the end. So for our panel, we will have Professor Reed monitoring for us. So let us have Mr. Velenov start our panel for today.
Thank you very much. I believe you should have my PowerPoint, you should have my slides, and I wonder what would happen if I try to share it. So I have something to look at as well. Okay, thank you very much for having me. Hello from Shanghai, it's 11 in the evening here. So I put together a presentation that is relatively long. I will try to go through it relatively quickly, and then let's see what is of interest to you and what you would like to talk about later. I'm a California licensed attorney. I've been in China for 19 years. I hold degrees in Chinese politics, Chinese law. Foreign nationals cannot be Chinese lawyers, but I've been with some of the biggest law firms in China and the world. However, what I'm talking about today is mostly my opinions. And actually, when I talk to my colleagues in the universities and the law firm that I'm presenting about political power and private power and the interplay, most of them thought it was a horrible idea. Everything has become sensitive lately. So perhaps relatively off the record, later we can talk about some of the cases that you might have heard about, but I'm going to go through my presentation and again, see what is of interest to you as law students. I don't think there is a very active academic debate about the relationship between, let's say, private power and political power in China. There's no push in either direction, whether there should be more government control or less government control. And we will mention about some stakeholders that have gotten in trouble for advocating in one of the directions. When it comes to China, and I say that as somebody who studied international relations and Chinese politics, we don't really know what the Chinese political decision-making process is. This used to be called, and I think it's still relevant, the black box of political decision-making. But from a practice perspective, we need to advise our clients on what makes business sense, what is a good business practice. And China, we will see that traditionally and historically has a very interesting relationship with personal or private power. And of course, the government here is very different from other international governments. Maybe however, it matters a lot because last week I heard something from a presentation that describes it relatively well. The next driving engines of the world system, of the international system, are going to be technologies, environmental issues, and China. So I would like to go through some of the definitions at first. China has a very different system of government. If I was there with you, I would ask you a couple of questions about your understanding of it. But China is different from most other countries in one respect. The government can plan really long term. So we see things unfolding over really long periods of time, and then there would be corrections and there would be constant adjustments. However, the government is not really concerned with elections or limited terms. China sees its rising and increasingly important position in the global system as a return to its rightful place. And in a sense, as China has such a huge population, that makes some sense. At the same time, there is a lot of initiatives that have to do with internationalization. There were initiatives of Chinese companies going global. There is the Belt and Road Initiative, which is a landmark initiative that was added to the Chinese constitution a couple of years ago, and is one of the most important policies of President Xi Jinping. And then we have factors that are not completely in the control of the government. This year, China announced that it has alleviated poverty and has ended poverty for the population at large, and it's applying a relatively reasonable standard for that. And it's seen as one of the successes. So the government power comes from so-called legitimacy of its policies. As long as they work, the government's power is stable. When we discuss, however, China, there are a lot of blind spots and lack of understanding. There are a couple of Chinese phrases or Chinese concepts that I will mention throughout the presentation. One of them is that in international relations, there are no small issues, and that's the idea that China is very sensitive, but as it emerges as a more involved or important actor on the global stage, it would have to at some point allow external criticism. And that's why my colleagues were saying that we don't really talk, or we don't give concrete examples about things that are considered sensitive. If I have time, I'll talk a little bit about the media portrayal of the issues and about the image issues that China has. As I mentioned already, China is a driving engine of international processes. And in the last about 20 years, China has been one of the major exporters, investors, the biggest source of international students and international tourists. So a lot of new processes come from China. It's becoming a increasingly important innovator as well in different technologies. And even though there is a sensitive relationship with some of the other world powers, ultimately, I guess business trumps a lot of this, because if we look at trade exchanges, even at the time of the trade war, the most important relations are with the countries that have the biggest markets and are perhaps the countries with the most complicated political relationship with China. At the same time, even as China is a communist country, and I'll touch upon why that is important, China is home to 698 billionaires, most of them created in the last few decades, 133 Fortune 500 companies, yet many of them are state-owned enterprises, and the role of state-owned enterprises is very important. So at every point, we need to think about what the interplay of that private power, what is private power? Is it wealth? Is it connections? At the same time, China is such a big country that has a huge population, a large part of which still lives in conditions that are close to poverty, even though that campaign successfully ended this year, supposedly. Shanghai was, according to Forbes, named as the most expensive city in the world. Yet the buzziest or most important initiative these days is the one of shared prosperity, sharing the wealth and getting closer to taxing people that make more money more and making them in some ways share their wealth with the general population. This is a little bit about the private sector, even though some of the giants in China are state-owned enterprises, still small and medium-sized enterprises are responsible for 50% of the tax. They amount for 60% of the economy, 70% of the patents, 80% of urban jobs. So even if the government is stepping in and taking control over some sectors, this still is a key driving force of society in China. So 80 million have been lifted out of poverty in the last 40 years. 80% of the population owns homes, 40% own two. And the government wants to reshape the housing market. If I have time, I'll talk about that as well. At the same time, 9 million college graduates graduate per year in China, which is more than the US, UK, Germany, South Korea, and Japan combined. So we're talking about things that affect many, many people. And when the concepts change and the understanding change, this is also important for businesses that wish to engage with China. China sees that what is happening is a rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, returning to a rightful position in the world order. And we've seen something interesting. President Xi Jinping has taken steps to ensure that he will stay for at least another term. There were changes to the constitution that were made in recent years. So we see a centralization of political governmental power, and President Xi Jinping is being called a core leader now. We had the idea of paramount leaders like Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, but in the history of the Communist Party, and this year is a very important year for the Communist Party of China because it's the 100th anniversary. And in the recent Congress, a couple of days ago, Xi Jinping was designated a core leader of the country. But when we talk about China, there are many other things to keep in mind. The culture, the uninterrupted 5,000 years of history. There is this idea of the meaningful otherness of China. When it came to wealth was in a way looked down upon for much of China's history. According to the understanding of ancient Chinese society, merchants and traders did not create value. So even if they had money, they were the lowest class in a way. And that's just to think about how different this understanding is. In China, also historically, and relating to the idea of, that's not an idea, but corruption, is this idea that power comes from relationships, that social credit, and again, there is a newer concept of social credit, but your power comes from your connections. So this is very deeply ingrained in the Chinese society, and it's not related to the Communist Party on the last even couple of centuries. It is a part of Chinese culture. Connections give you access to opportunities, and they give you the ability to solve your problems when you have them. So if this is a part of the understanding of power, we need to think about who has it and also who can. It's easy to misrepresent that, even to people that understand the concept. So China has had a very important role in the world system. Some of China's inventions shaped the modern world. Trade with China shaped the global system in a way. You have my presentation. If you're interested in that, I wrote my master's thesis 12, 13 years ago on that. But a more recent background is, as I mentioned, the Chinese Communist Party is 100 years this year. The People's Republic of China is 72. And the early years of the People's Republic of China were difficult. They, in a way, leveled the field for everybody. The Cultural Revolution, perhaps you've heard about, the Great Leap Forward. There were some initiatives that were perhaps misguided. They're not very openly criticized in China at the moment, but they ended entrepreneurship, business in many ways. And then after the death of Chairman Mao in 1976, Deng Xiaoping started the policy of reform and opening up. And that sounds very abstract, but it's still a part of almost every Chinese academic paper that touches upon any of these issues. And the idea was that China would have to become a more involved member of the world community. It would have to reform the very strong government control. And an interesting Deng Xiaoping quotation at the time was that when you open the window, some flies will come in, and that the country would have to allow some to get rich first. And that's when the one-child policy started as well. And skipping a few decades, President Xi Jinping has been in power for about a decade. He has started a couple of landmark initiatives like the Belt and Road, which if you ask anybody to define it, you would get different definitions, but it's renewal of the Silk Road, which connected most of the ancient world and included many trade routes. So China is taking a proactive place in driving international trade. But of course, from Chinese perspective, everything is Belt and Road. From a foreign perspective, everything is dealing with China. Then another core campaign or initiative of the recent government is the anti-corruption campaign, which really reshaped the relationship between governmental power and private power. And these days, we talk about the common prosperity drive. Corruption was a big issue in China, partially because of the concept of relationships, but ideally, and years ago, a partner in a law firm that I interned in said that corruption is not paying anybody, but knowing who to pay. So the knowledge and the connections always trump money. But President Xi Jinping has been very resolute in his anti-corruption campaign. So there were legislative changes that put spending limits on what can be used for entertainment. Government budgets were very limited in that sense. Alcohol is no longer allowed at government-sponsored events at all. And here we see a mention of flies again, as Deng Xiaoping earlier said, we need to let some flies in when we open the window to the world. But Xi Jinping wanted to take on tigers and flies. So powerful government officials and flies, people that were at the lower levels that were taking bribes. So for a couple of decades, there was some personal power concentrated in all sorts of government entities that took advantage of that. And the last few years have seen basically an end to it. And every time we talk about China, I like to include this quotation from Henry Kissinger that China has a very long history. It's managed to survive without Western interference for such a long time that maybe they know what they're doing. But understanding China matters because China, as I said drives a lot of processes. And China also takes very seriously any sort of international interactions. It's trying to build its soft power, but as we don't understand as Westerners or foreigners what is meant and how to approach and how to engage with it, it becomes difficult to get the results we want. So the recent resolutions of the Communist Party have again reshaped the relationship between government and private power. I'm going to speed up a little bit. Domestically, it's very complex. Internationally, it matters because as lawyers or as academics, we need to understand the reality of that. China has a lot of image issues, and some of that are related to power, but these image issues also come with blind spots, and that makes it more complicated to get desired business outcomes for both multinational companies. There are numerous examples of large corporations getting in trouble with China, and small businesses, SMEs from Europe and the US having issues because they lack this understanding of what this relationship between private and government is. Let me see. For the 40 years that allowed Chinese people to get rich through businesses and trade, people have now assets abroad. Investment immigration was a big thing for a while. EB-5, if you've heard about, was something that a lot of Chinese and American firms were doing to engage with Chinese clients. Getting a second passport, even though China does not technically allow that. And people were trying to, expecting changes in the long term. They were trying to get some assets abroad and have a plan B, so to say. I would like to talk a little bit about the government and the party. The Chinese Communist Party has 95 million members. This is, I guess this year they added a couple of million because of the anniversary. There are actually 8 parties in China, but the one that has the most members has 250. They're represented in the government, but the party is basically the government. And it's at first hard to understand what the structure is, but it's a parallel structure where you have government and party and they overlap, but also the party is sort of at the same level, more important than what is the government. As you have my PowerPoint, I'm going to skip through these slides that give a bit of an idea. Legitimacy of political power comes from stability, from growth, from improving living standards, from dealing with COVID very quickly and successfully, and from the leader at the moment is pushing for patriotism and for pride in being Chinese, and that is strengthening his power. What are lessons from China? It's very hard. Some technological lessons might be possible when it comes to China for foreign countries, but because the systems are so different, almost nothing is directly applicable. But China is stepping in to, share the wealth, and because China is engaging with countries that it wasn't engaging with before, in the context of the Belt and Road or other initiatives. Many deals fail, and one of the reasons is unsuitable third-party service providers. And a lot of this is because of misunderstanding the cultural differences and misunderstanding what political connections are with China. There are a couple of jokes that actually are supported by things we see in practice. People might present to a foreign country or a foreign government, a foreign company, that they have connections in China. So they get the proposal that they then take to a local government where they are from in China, and they sell that as the connection in the foreign country. And that blind spot of what connections are and how you can be connected with the government has led to many deals failing, because ultimately it's people that don't actually have the knowledge or the connection. We saw that for a while when the Belt and Road Initiative started after Xi Jinping came into power, China was the highest net exporter of foreign direct investment. And the government stepped in to rationalize it. We had a couple of years where companies, let me just get to that slide, companies that were chemical companies. Here, I have a couple of examples that I have highlighted, and they're in red. Hainan Airlines, Wanda, Fosun, Ampang, they are an airline, real estate developer. Fosun had a very diverse portfolio. Ampang is an insurance company. They were buying gold mines and yachts and hotels and banks, and the government stepped in to stop that. So the moment these companies became irrational and they stepped out of control, we're talking about market capitalization that is very high. Decision makers that are supposedly very traditionally powerful and well connected, but the government stepped in. When it comes to high net worth individuals, their activities were smaller investments and of course trying to move assets outside of China, but now they have to restructure that because the new campaigns make it politically negative to have assets abroad. So the South China Morning Post calls that Common Prosperity Campaign a call for citizens to share the opportunity to be wealthy. So people that are very wealthy are not pushed exactly. The government kind of stepped back and said that this is not something that would be very hard in its application. But in result, we've had some examples of CEOs of some of the biggest companies deciding to give all their income or salaries to charity. And it seems like going forward, after a couple of charismatic leaders from the private sector, if you look at it, had issues or were out of the public eye for a while after criticizing governmental power or new governmental policies, they are now in full support of the government, even though they were seen as new leaders of China. Ultimately, they're not. And understanding going forward for investors or for foreign governments that are engaging on different levels with China, it's really important to understand what the relationship is and to not buy the idea that people might have very strong connections to the government. And these days, it's hard to understand exactly who are the decision makers for the investments. And when hopefully soon we reopen, it is something to think about. And when it comes to the central relationship, it's always good to point out that central and central, Beijing and Washington might have like a complicated relationship, but we always give this example that California and a couple of Chinese provinces have a great relationship, because when you remove that political aspect of it, it becomes easier. But these are just different factors that all combine, and it's hard to understand, but it's not so much about answers, it's about knowing what questions to ask. So that's it from me. I'm happy to answer some of your questions. You can reach me by email. I'm happy to talk to you more if any of this is of interest. Thank you very much.
Professor Velenov, if you would stay connected to us, we will have Professor Neum talk first, and then we'll have questions for both you and her.
Sure.
Will that work? It's late in Shanghai, I know this.
No problem. It's
Okay,
Friday.
thank you. Thank you. Professor Neum.
Yeah, am I audible?
We're good. Yes, we're good. You're on the air.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to, a very good morning to Professor Charles Reid, moderator of this event. My co-panelist, Professor Asean Velenov. Today's my topic is the conversion of democracy into elected autocracy. Critical analysis of India. We all know that India has its long affluent historical background, wherein the basic principles of law were applicable since immemorial, like rule of law, equality, liberty, democracy. And that is the reason the Constituent Assembly incorporated these principles in the basic structure of the Constitution in 1947, so that these principles should not be defeated their values, and they restrict the amendment in this area. But there are numerous agencies who are researching and analyzing that the democracy of India is going in the downfall. World is evident that India from the past few years has undergone the major changes while adopting those policies, and decisions were taken which were neither easy nor any government dared to take. In the history of India, this is the period when certainly Indian democracy facing the certain challenges, and it seems that it is not on the path of erosion. Can I share my screen? Yeah.
Xander, is that a problem? Yes.
Yeah, is it visible to all?
Yes, we're good. We can see it.
Okay, thank you. So basically, I had chosen the 4 policies of the government so that we can analyze whether India is using or India is implementing the arbitrary decision, or it is still continuing the democratic values of the country. My first policy is the demonetization. Demonetization, according to Investopedia, is the act of stripping a currency unit of its status as a legal tender. Basically, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi announced the policy of demonetization on 8 November 2016. The whole country was in shock and surprised for this sudden decision. There was agitation against the decision and the mixed reaction of the people of the country. But the main objective of the government to adopt this policy were to tackle black money in the economy, to lower the cash circulation in the country, which is directly related to the corruption in our country, to eliminate fake currency and dodgy funds, which have been used for terror groups to fund terrorism in India. The move is estimated to scoop out more than rupees 5 lakh crore black money from the economy. But our country faced the huge criticism for this country. Even former Reserve Bank of India Governor Raghuram Rajan has come out openly against the Indian government measure of demonetization of the currency. There was the criticism of 2 kinds. First criticism was the disastrous consequences on the vast working masses, and the another criticism was the country's GDP growth. There is a difference of focus and emphasis between the 2. One highlighting the effects on people directly, and the other the effect on GDP growth. One focusing on the condition of the people, and the other on size of the heap of the things. But the fact that during the earlier pre-liberalization years, the GDP growth rate was around 3.5 to 4% annum, and the employment growth rate was about 2% per annum. While in the new liberal era, a doubling of the GDP growth rate to over 7% has been accompanied by a halving of the employment growth rate to 1%. If we'll ask the constitutional status of this policy, the legality of the demonetization, the legal basis for the order demonetizing currency can be found in Section 26 of the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. Under subsection 2 of this section, the Union government is given the power to declare that any note issued by the Reserve Bank will no longer be legal tender. And this is not the first time when the Indian government has adopted the demonetization policy. Before that, the first demonetization in India occurred in 1946, and the main objective was to increase tax revenue by capturing tax avoiders. The second demonetization occurred in 1978, and the main focus was on people holding black money. And thirdly, we have adopted this policy in 2016, and the main focus is to stop corruption. If we'll see this policy, globally, there are numerous countries who have adopted the demonetization. European Union adopted the policy of demonetization in 2002. The countries from the European Union officially began using the euro in place of the old national currencies. There was still a relatively smooth transition because the old currencies had a fixed exchange rate with the euro for many years, and some countries even for unlimited time. In 1996, Australia was another country that successfully demonetized some of their currencies. They decided to replace all paper-based money with polymer notes. The purpose was to create banknotes that were more durable and to make something that was counterfeit resistant. In 1969, American President Richard Nixon, he declared all bills above $100 null and void in the United States of America to curb the existence of black money. The move was highly successful and is claimed to have been the starting of development of the American banking system. There are 7 major criteria which is decided by the government that the demonetization has a positive outcome. The first criteria is that tax base for the income tax has been widened. It has increased by 17.3%. Secondly, the collection of advance tax has seen a growth of 41.79%. The cash to GDP ratio has declined by 1.6%, indicating some success toward the digitalization. Investigation into people with high value properties but who have not paid income taxes. Next, tracking down of shell corporations set up to avoid paying taxes. Next one is the benami properties, which means property where the registered name is not the actual beneficiary to avoid taxes. And lastly, the 7th area is in the identifying people who have deposited over 2 lakh rupees during demonetization. The demonetization exercises and follow-up activities of the government has the character of forcing the informal economy into the formal economy instead of expanding the formal economy to incorporate the informal economy. The next policy which is adopted by the government is the amendment of the Article 370. But before that, we need to understand what is Article 370 and 35A. In the Constitution of India, Article 370 is defined as a temporary provision that grants a special autonomous status to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Article 371B, the Union Parliament can only make law for the state in consultation with the government of the state on certain matters that were specified in the instrument of accession, namely defense, foreign affairs, and communication. Other matters in the legislative subject list can apply to Jammu and Kashmir only with the concurrence of the government of the state through a presidential order. As a result of this status, the state of Jammu and Kashmir enacted its own constitution, which was formally adopted by a Constituent Assembly on November 17, 1956, and entered into force on January 26, 1957. If you'll see the legality of this amendment, the most important part of Article 370 for the purpose of recent development in article, which gives the President of India the power to amend or repeal Article 370 itself through a public notification. It provided that the recommendation of the Constituent Assembly of the state is given before the President issues such notification. And the another article, Article 35A means the state legislature to define the Jammu and Kashmir's permanent resident. The article had been inserted via the Constitution Order 1954, and it was issued by then the President Rajendra Prasad under Article 370 on Prime Minister Nehru's advice. If Indians cannot invest in land or property, how can manufacturing firm or multinational corporation develop the state Jammu and Kashmir? Article 370 itself is a gender neutral, but the way permanent residents are defined in the state constitution based on the notification issued in April 1927 and June 1932 seems biased against women because a woman from Jammu and Kashmir who marries outside the state would lose her status as a state subject. Now, the only way to repeal Article 370 would be by the President through a notification, but not without the concurrence of the Constituent Assembly of Jammu and Kashmir. The main objective of this amendment is that state upon removal will prosper economically and socially. The state amalgamation will reduce the threat of militancy when the people of Jammu Kashmir will socialize with the other people of the country. Kashmir could be one of the top tourist destinations after complete development. It will also prove to be good diplomacy to deal with the other territorial disputes. It will politically give chance to all parties to rule the state and allow its development. Now we need to see the major changes which occurred after this amendment. After the abrogation of the Article 370, Jammu and Kashmir has become a part of India. All laws applicable to India will now applicable to J&K, and they will not have a separate flag. Central Right to Information Act 2005 will also extend to Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. Until now, J&K was covered by the J&K RTA Act, though it was a strong act compared to the RTA Act 2005, but we need to adopt a uniform policy for whole India. People of Jammu and Kashmir had a dual citizenship of J&K and India, but now they will have the single citizenship. After this amendment, the president could announce a financial emergency in the state. Now, the tenure of the Legislative Assembly will be 5 years instead of 6 years. If a woman of Jammu and Kashmir marries someone from outside the state, she will lose her citizenship. Now the situation has changed, and after this amendment, she marries somebody from an outside state or country will not lose her Indian citizenship. Article 35A prohibits Indian citizens from other states from buying land or property in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, anybody from all over India can purchase and acquire property in the state. Earlier, outside could not settle in the state, but now the people outside the Jammu and Kashmir can own their land and they can settle over there. Indian Constitution gave Jammu and Kashmir a unique status, and it was India's only state to have a separate constitution. And after this abrogation, the Indian Constitution will apply to Jammu and Kashmir. The head of the state will be the Lieutenant Governor instead of Governor. And Ladakh was a part of Jammu and Kashmir earlier. Now it is a separate union territory without a legislature. Now we can see there are the numerous positive outcomes of this policy. First is the more development and the investment, because after this amendment elimination, it will hike the private and industrial sector. There will be magnification and prosperity among the state if industrialization enters. Revolutionary changes can be seen by increasing trade and commerce, tourism, and educational opportunities. Local farmers can learn new cultivation techniques, and women can learn to run small-scale business at home, which will boost up their confidence and enthusiasm. We can also enhance the tourism, because after this amendment, the investment in the tourism of state, which will enhance the financial condition and the development of the state. We can also enhance the developed state by constructive private schools, colleges, large private hospitals, and this will serve the job opportunities for the resident near doorsteps. We can also provide the basic rights to the people. Now women can have the benefit of property rights irrespective of the places where they marry. Children can avail themselves of the right to education, which provide free education to children from the age of 8 to 14 years. Juvenile Justice Act will apply to the resident of the state. All the acts that shield the dignity of the woman and innocence of the children will be implemented in the valley as well. This amendment also helped to protect the rights of the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes. All the acts that protect the human rights situation and dignity of the backward group resident will be now applicable. In the election, they will get the reservation to contest election in regional parliament. Working conditions and better job opportunities will be provided to them. Proper reservation rights will be provided in the field of education and employment. Earlier, only permanent residents could avail of property or land ownership rights. But due to this, there was no hike in the prices of land in the state as compared to the other state. Now, land ownership will vary after the abrogation of this article, and no one will be forced to part their land after this event of deleting the special status of Jammu and Kashmir. But landowners who wish to buy or sell land are free to do so. Now, the refugees also will get the basic rights in that state. That also adopt the Indian government reinstated the right of the Panchayat. The 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment will be operative on local bodies of the state. Direct funds will be allocated to the Panchayat that will enhance the development in the whole state, including the rural areas or at the lower level of the democracy. It will also mitigate the corruption through adopting the right to information. This act has acted as a primary objective to eradicate corruption from the grassroots level. Now, people of Jammu and Kashmir will also be delighted with this fundamental right. Several acts that contribute to liquidate corruption will be operative in the state. Agencies or investigation team can invade the state matter of the Jammu and Kashmir, which will reduce corruption to some dimensions. Jammu and Kashmir will be new hub for education, job opportunities, tourism, industrialization, and employment. It will soon turn into a new world of hope and success for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The hope is that the fine combination of Muslims who are the Kashmiris and the Buddhists who belongs to the Ladakh gives a unique culture and scope of advanced future enhancement to reshape the unstable country's situation in peaceful, enlightened, and advanced development under the umbrella of Indian Constitution. Another policy is the Citizenship Amendment Act, which is recently adopted by the Government of India. But before that, we need to see how the citizenship can be acquired. Under the Indian Citizenship Act 1955, the citizenship can be acquired by the 5 methods: by birth in India, by descent, through registration, by naturalization, and by incorporation of the territory. Now, through this act, illegal migrant can acquire this citizenship through naturalization. But before that, we need to understand what is illegal migrant. An illegal migrant is a foreigner who either enter India illegally, that is without valid travel document like visa or the passport, or enter India legally but stay beyond the time period permitted in their travel document. An illegal migrant can be prosecuted in India and deported or imprisoned. In September 2015 and July 2016, the central government exempted certain group of illegal migrants from being imprisoned or deported. These are illegal migrants who came into India before Afghanistan, Bangladesh, or Pakistan on or before December 31st, 2014, and belong to the Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, or Christian religious community. Basically, the Indian government adopted the few criteria to adopt this bill. The basis of providing the citizenship of this illegal migrant was, first one, the country of origin. There are specified 3 countries: Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Then there was a focus on the religion: Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jaini, Parsi, Christian. There was a 6 specified categories. Then date of entry into India: they should enter India on or before 31st December 2014. And the place of residence in India: they should not reside in the 6 scheduled areas or in the state regulated by the inner line permit states. Now, there was a few reasons to adopt these bases. The millions of citizens of undivided India were living in Pakistan and Bangladesh. Also, these countries have a state religion. which has resulted in religious persecution of minority groups. However, there are other countries which may fit this qualification. Further, there are other religion minorities from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, such as Ahmadiyas, Muslim in Pakistan, and atheists in Bangladesh, who have faced religious persecution and may have illegally migrated to India. Given that objective of the bill is to provide citizenship to the migrant escaping from religious persecution. Now, the next policy is the Farmers Act. The Farmers Act, basically, the government has adopted the 3 ordinances. The first one is the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Ordinance 2020. The Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Ordinance 2020 allows interstate and interstate trade of corn produced beyond the physical premises of APMC market. State government are prohibited from levying any market fee, cess, or levy outside APMC areas. Agriculture Produce Market Committee. The second ordinance is the Farmers Agreement on Price Assurance and Farm Service Ordinance 2020. The Farmers Agreement Ordinance create a framework for contract farming through an agreement between a farmer and a buyer prior to the production or rearing of any farm produce. It provides for a 3-level dispute settlement mechanism: the Conciliation Board, the Subdivisional Magistrate, and the Appellate Authority. The Essential Commodity Ordinance 2020. The Essential Commodities Amendment Ordinance 2020 allow the central government to regulate the supply of certain food items only under extraordinary circumstances. The stock limit may be imposed on agriculture produced only if there is a steep price hikes. The main objective is to adopt this ordinance was to increase the availability of the buyers for farmers produce by allowing them to trade freely without any license or stock limit, so that an increase in competition among them result in better prices for farmers. To liberate trade and increase the number of buyers, deregulation alone may not be sufficient to attract more buyers. To bring transparent, easily accessible, and efficient marketing platform to ensure remunerative prices for farmers. Now, there are the key features of these ordinance. The first ordinance, the Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Ordinance. First one, the trade of farmers produce. The ordinance allow the interstate and the intrastate trade of farmers. It means now the farmers can go outside the boundaries of the state and can they sell their crops to the people. The physical premises of the market yard run by market committee formed under the state of APMC Act. Other market notified under the state APMC Act. Such trade can be conducted in an outside trade area. Any place of production, collection, aggregation of farmers' produce, including warehouses, factory premises, aggregation of the farmers, farm gates, storages, and sale. Another one is the electronic trading. This ordinance permits the electronic trading of the scheduled farmers produce in the specified trade area. An electronic trading and transaction platform may be set up to facilitate the direct and online buying and selling of such produce through electronic device and internet. The following entities may establish and operate such platforms: companies, partnership firms, or registered societies having permanent account number under the Income Tax Act 1961, or any other document notified by the central government. A farmer producer organization or agriculture cooperative society. Third one is the market fee abolished. The ordinance prohibits the state government from levying any market fee, cess, or levy on farmers, traders, and electronic trading platform for trade of farmers produce conducted in and outside trade areas. It means if farmers go beyond the APMC market to sell their products, government cannot levy the taxes. Another ordinance, the Farmers Agreement on Price Assurance and Farm Services. The first one is the farming agreement. It means the legal agreement. The ordinance provide for a farming agreement between a farmer and the buyer prior to the production or rearing of any farm product. The minimum period of an agreement will be the one crop session or one production cycle of livestock, and maximum period is the 5 years. The pricing of the farming produce. The price of farming produce should be mentioned in the agreement. For price subject to a variation, a guaranteed price for the produce and a clear reference for any additional amount above the guarantee price will be specified in the agreement. And the third point was the dispute settlement. The farmer agreement must provide a conciliation board as well a conciliation process for settlement of dispute. If the dispute remains unresolved by the board, after 30 days, party may approach the subdivisional magistrate for the resolution. Parties will have right to appeal to an appellate authority against decision of the magistrate. Both the magistrate and the appellate authority will be required to dispose of a dispute within 30 days from the receipt of the application. The magistrate and the appellate authority may impose certain penalties on the party contravening the agreement. However, no action can be taken against the agricultural land of farmers for recovery of any dues. And the third ordinance, the Essential Commodity Ordinance 2020, it implied the regulation of the food items. This act empowered the central government to designate certain commodities, such as fertilizer, petroleum, as essential commodity. The central government may regulate or prohibit the production, supply, distribution, trade, and commerce of such essential commodities. The ordinance provides that the central government may regulate the supply of certain food items, including cereals, pulses, potatoes, onions, edible oilseeds, and oils, only under extraordinary circumstances. And these circumstances are war, famine, extraordinary price rise, and natural calamity of grave nature. The next point is the stock limit. The ordinance requires that imposition of any stock limit on agricultural produce must be based on price rise. A stock limit may be imposed only if there is a 100% increase in the retail price of the perishable items and 50% increase in the retail price of non-perishable agriculture food items. The increase will be calculated over the price prevailing immediately preceding 12 months, or the average retail price of the last 5 years, whichever is lower. So in my concluding remarks, I would like to say these policies will observe the nature of this policy from the upper side. Obviously, these will be seems the result of arbitrary decision of some suppressive, aggressive, and dictator government who never bother the public opinion and always take decisions arbitrarily. But on contrary, through this paper, I have analyzed that these all the policies were framed with some specific objectives, and the main motto of the government is to welfare, development, and benefit of the different sections of the societies. Like through demonetization, government tried to mitigate black money and corruption from the society. Through the amendment of Article 370, the biased objective of the government is to development and betterment of the state Jammu and Kashmir and their people who are undivided part of country. Further, the Citizenship Amendment Act basically framed to provide the citizenship to the particular section of illegal migrants. And lastly, Farmer Act is also one of the major decisions of the government, wherein government want the absolute freedom of the farmers and wanted to provide them the liberty to decide about their own crops. Well, thank you so much.
Professor Siem, thank you so much. And I do have a question for each panelist, and I'll begin with Professor Velenov, please. If I can open my notes to the page where I have the question. That is Professor Velenov. Common prosperity, shared prosperity. We're hearing a great deal. The idea, the notion, the political doctrine in China of common prosperity or shared prosperity. it is clearly shaping or reshaping the relationship of private and political power. Two related questions. What impact is this having, and is it likely to have, on the relationship between private and public power in China? And is this development, this crisis, if you will, of private power, what lesson does it have for the crisis of private power we are facing in the United States? Or is it something we should actually be terrified of? That's my question to you, Professor Velenov. And Professor Siem, if I could pose the following question to you. If I may summarize your remarks very, very briefly, it is that India is aiming to create a robust private sector. And the question is, how do we, or should we, regulate the robust private sector that India is creating so that it promotes the health of society, it does not become a threat to society? These are my questions to first Professor Velenov and then to Professor Siem.
Okay, it is a very interesting definition that you would call that a crisis of private power. It is, in a way, a crisis of...
Certainly in the United States, we're experiencing that.
The government is stepping in areas that are, let me just give an example that sounds very extreme and weird. The government during COVID had a campaign. You know, the one-child policy was in place for about 30 years. It was replaced by a two-children policy about 5 years ago that didn't work out. So during COVID, there were slogans, while you're locked down at home, you can still contribute to society because we have a two-children policy. So this was replaced a few months ago by a three-children policy. So that is like a comprehensive kind of 360-degree approach to reshaping the relationship between society and power and the government. But also China had a census last year that showed that the birth rate is slowing down. So these are all steps to motivate, in a way, people to have more children. Is it working necessarily? We cannot say because it's only been 4 months. But this is a part of a series of reforms that there was a new law, a part of the new civil code, that it's much harder to get divorced now. You need the government introduced a 30-day cooling off period, and that's hard to understand just by mentioning it, but Chinese people don't normally divorce in court. So this 30-day cooling off period doesn't sound like a huge deal, but actually it made divorces go down 70% this year. And then to motivate people to have more children, the government stepped into, for example, people under 18 should not play video games and at any other time other than Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 8 to 9. And because people are not motivated to have children, one of the reasons is property prices are too high. So the government is giving this message that it will redistribute, in a way, wealth and power. It will make it easier for everybody to have access to some sort of education. At the same time, it is saying that having a random major in a random university is probably not what the country wants from you. The government wants people to start, again, considering trade schools, for example. So it is all very comprehensive, and it is a crisis for people that have been in the sort of gray area where they have depended on connections to government officials. But the combination with the anti-corruption campaign, with this push to do something about the falling birth rates. And these are things that are issues in many countries, but China has the central power, the lack of urgency that comes with elections, and the media control, that it is doing something about it that is very scary, but we don't know if it will work. And another issue is that it's not always clearly explained. So the government sometimes has to take a step back and clarify a little bit, because initially it might sound like it's a very big intrusion and it's very scary. So a crisis for personal power, for people that have a lot of wealth. They seem to be concerned. But weirdly, and to me, it was scarier that the government is going to step in and say that you can only play 3 hours of video games a week and it will be controlled by facial recognition. But people are supporting that. That is very strange, right? Parents always had that power to control how much time their children spent on video games, but now they have this excuse. So it is a very complex and strange relationship. I don't know if that is clear or if it answers your question.
It does. Thank you so much. Professor Siem. Is Professor Siem still there? We can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah. Can I ask the question again?
The question is, if I could summarize your paper, it's a quite extensive paper, but if I can summarize it, it seems to be that the government is aiming to create a robust, small scale but robust private sector with activity, economic activity in many areas. And the question is, how does this relate to the relationship of private power? How does this relate to the health, the good of society and or the state?
Basically, thank you so much, sir. India has a mixed economy in which both private and public sector exist, especially in the area of banking, telecom, road transport, education, healthcare. There are so many areas. And the main focus of the government is to privatize maximum so that they can justify the money of the people. There are many public sector enterprises that are making losses, and many of these have to be supported by the taxpayers' money in a way which is the right of the poor, and it is the right of the young field with aspiration that money has to be used in the work of these enterprises. And due to this, the economy also has a lot of burden. Public sector enterprises do not have to run only because they have been running for so many years. They have been someone's pet projects. So public sector enterprises are fulfilling the need of a particular sector, are concerned with the strategic importance. So it is the responsibility of the government to give full support to these enterprises, to the business, but the government itself should not run the enterprises to remain its owner. And today's era, it's neither necessary nor it has been possible. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Are there questions from the audience? No, I'm getting a message that we've run out of time. But thank you both so much for presenting.
Good morning, everyone. We have our second panel series here. And I'll start by introducing Professor David Schultz, who is a distinguished university professor of political science and legal studies at Hamline University. He is also a professor of law at the University of Minnesota and University of St. Thomas. David has a BA and MA in political science and philosophy at JD and LLM in law, a PhD in political science, and to top it all off, he also has a master's degree in astronomy. A three-time Fulbright scholar who has taught extensively in Europe and Asia, and the winner of the Leslie A. Whittington National Award for Excellence in Public Affairs Teaching. David is the author of more than 35 books, 200 articles on various aspects of American politics, election law, and the media and politics, and he is regularly interviewed and quoted in the local, national, and international media on these subjects, including the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, The Economist, and National Public Radio. His most recent books are Encyclopedia of Money in American Politics and Presidential Swing States, both published in 2018. So round of applause for Professor David Schultz. Next on our panel, we have Professor Eric Loomis, Associate Professor and Director of Graduate Studies at the University of Rhode Island. He blogs at Lawyers, Guns, and Money on labor and environmental issues, past and present. His work has also appeared in the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Dissent, and the New Republic. He is also the author of Out of Sight, A History of American in 10 Strikes, and Empire of Timber. Round of applause for Professor Eric Loomis. And then finally, we have Professor Eric Booz of the University of Idaho College of Law. Dr. Eric Booz is currently a visiting professor of law at the University of Idaho. His teaching is focused on law and poverty, international human rights, law, sex and gender, and jurisprudence. He has a PhD in philosophy with specializations in jurisprudence and ethics from Marquette University, a JD, and an LLM with an emphasis in international human rights. He was a foreign language and area studies fellow with the African Studies program at the University of Wisconsin and a Fulbright scholar. He helps develop law programs in Lithuania, Kazakhstan, and Tanzania. He conducted a nationwide land tenure survey in Tanzania that led to a major reform of their land laws. He regularly negotiates land and water rights disputes in Tanzania and develops social responsibility programs for multinational corporations. He and his wife started their own human rights foundation, Zeru Zeru Inc., that protects children suffering with albinism in Tanzania. He has taught law, philosophy, ethics, theology, political science, and sustainable agriculture over the past 30 years. His specialties are jurisprudence, property, legal ethics, constitutional law, and international law, and human rights. His publications include books on jurisprudence, property, and education, and he has published law reviews ranging from health law, global economics, legal history, education, law, and gender. And with that, please give a round of applause for Professor Eric Booz. I will now turn it over to Dr. Reed in order to host our panel.
Well, thank you for those wonderful introductions. I've been speaking with the speakers, and in fact, I think the understanding is that Professor Loomis, you will be going first. Is that correct? Well, please. Do you want to?
All right, I guess I could take this off for a minute. Well, thank you all for having me. It's a real honor. It's lovely to be as well in person and being sort of able to do this sort of thing again. I'm also a little hyper today because I actually last night worked out. I'm going to be writing a new book for the New Press called Organizing America, which is going to be a series of sort of biographies of the organizers of American history to try to sort of give hope to readers that they can make change. Because right now I find that my students are really depressed about basically everything. And, and there's good reason to be, but I think at the same time, it's not as if we haven't overcome our inequalities in the past. And so that's pretty cool. So that'll probably be out in 2023. Okay, but I'm going to talk about something very different today. So I assume that perhaps unwisely, but nonetheless, we can talk about this if we want to, but that I don't really need to explain to you the modern history of globalization, the outsourcing of work, the impact of deindustrialization on American and increasingly global South industrial areas, and the environmental and labor exploitation of the communities where modern capitalism chooses to site labor. The enormous literature on most of these issues makes it common knowledge, at least to those who pay attention to international trade. However, our domestic politics almost completely lack a critique of international trade and globalization, despite in the late 90s and early 2000s, a quite sophisticated critique that did play a significant role in our politics. I'll talk more about why that ended in a minute. Even among our most progressive politicians on these issues, such as Bernie Sanders, Sherrod Brown, and Elizabeth Warren, there is little to no attempt to create comprehensive solutions to trade's inequalities that recognize the realities of globalization. At best, we call for more industrial jobs for American workers and maybe bemoan the treatment of foreign workers by American corporations, but we lack even the most rudimentary plans to fix the system. This paper argues that labor, environmental, and trade advocates should work for the reconstruction of the regulatory state on an international level. It suggests a two-pronged approach to this, using the American political and legal system as tools to empower workers globally while creating accountability in the corporate supply chain. This is a sketchy layout of these ideas. I want to be very clear. I am not a lawyer. I am a historian, and I'm not even a legal historian. I am a labor and environmental historian with an interest in globalization. But I do think that we can think about our labor history, our environmental history, our political history, and our legal history as an inspiration for reconceptualizing how to control the supply chains and other parts of international trade. Now, the creation of an international regulatory state using American law and other countries as well is not really more intimidating or impossible than the creation of the initial regulatory state of the 20th century United States. We often forget just how unregulated Gilded Age capitalism was. Lochner more reiterated decades of legal ideas about corporate freedom of contract than it did break new legal ground. The struggle for basic regulation of the workplace took decades and untold thousands of dead workers. It was not only the mass organizing of the 1930s that brought radical changes in the workplace. Legal actions have played an equally important role. Even something as limited as the worker compensation programs that began in 1911 came out of juries eventually turning against freedom of contract doctrine, awarding large sums to injured workers and leading industry to unite around a more rational system that would limit their costs. As for environmental restraints on corporate action, the courts have even played a greater role, arguably more important than mass organizing. Now that we are in the new Gilded Age, to use a somewhat facile term to describe the present, it seems increasingly amazing that we spent the first 7 decades of the 20th century passing such widespread legislation to regulate corporate and government actions, even as we have now seen 5 decades of that slowly disappearing. Nevertheless, the story of building a regulatory state from the New Deal and Great Society to OSHA and the EPA is one that we should fight to replicate today on an international scale. Now, often when we think about making change, we may fall into one or two camps. The first focuses perhaps overly on elections. The other tends to overemphasize mass organizing as a means in itself. And mass organizing has made a difference in fighting the exploitation of globalization. The United Students Against Sweatshop campaigns of the late 90s and early 2000s really did put pressure on suppliers and international corporations that forced behavior changes, at least so long as the global left paid attention to the issue. After September 11, 2001, the attention of the world shifted to the Middle East and George Bush's wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, leaving the still nascent work of USAS withering on the vine. The best the anti-sweatshop movement could do in terms of solidifying gains was voluntary codes of conduct that ultimately have proven ineffective. Kudos to these activists for all their hard work. But what this does demonstrate is that social movements must have a legal strategy to place their wins in the legal code. Otherwise, their gains will disappear when public attention inevitably moves to some other issue. So there's plenty to build from both governance and organizing in regulating the era of capital mobility, supply chains, and corporate dominance. In short, we need to recreate the regulatory state, empowering both the US government and courts as tools to create standards of global behavior and provide real consequences for companies who break the rules or allow exploitation in their supply chains. And while the politics of this today are unlikely, without creating a substantive progressive critique of capital mobility, globalization, and supply chains, we see the entire debate to those who have stripped millions of jobs from Americans and killed Bangladeshi factory workers today. Nothing I propose here is conceptually impossible. This isn't a call for revolution. Rather, it's a call to recreate that regulatory state, to monitor and prosecute American corporations wherever they operate, creating standards of production for importing products into the nation, forcing accountability for supply chains, and discouraging future capital mobility by having the standards follow the companies wherever they go. It's not as if we don't already have tools in this fight. The US has created all sorts of things to create an international regulatory network. The U.S. Trade Act of 1974 gave the president the authority to eliminate unfair foreign trade practices that violate, quote, acceptable conditions of work with respect to minimum wages, hours of work, and occupational safety and health. But foreign policy aims typically supersede concerns for labor standards, and enforcement is poor. So what are some of these tools? Let's give you a couple of examples here. One, and perhaps the most commonly known, is the Alien Tort Claims Act of 1789, which could be argued, and many have, to allow the corporations who violate the human rights of their workers abroad to be tried in U.S. courts. Under the provisions of this law, U.S. district courts have the right to hear claims from foreign citizens if they have suffered from actions, quote, in violation of the law of nations or a treaty of the United States. Two more recent court cases suggest possibilities as well. In Phil Artiga versus Peña Urala in 1980, a U.S. court ruled that a Paraguayan national could use the Alien Tort Claims Act to sue another Paraguayan living in the United States for torturing him during that nation's dictatorship. And this opened the door to a series of cases being tried in U.S. courts for crimes committed abroad. In 2013, in Kyobel versus Royal Dutch Petroleum Company, when Nigerians sued foreign oil companies for aiding their government in torturing and killing civilians protesting oil exploration, the U.S. Supreme Court sided with the oil companies, claiming the suit did not involve U.S. companies and therefore had no place in U.S. courts. But there's nothing in that decision closing the door to suits against American companies operating overseas, although legally it remains unclear whether this would enable suing companies within supply chains. There are significant possibilities here then for using the Tort Claims Act to shape a global regulatory regime for companies who want to sell their goods in the United States. Now, look, it's true enough that the courts have not interpreted these laws favorably over the years. You know what? Who cares? Doesn't matter. If we determine the ends of our activism over the political limits of a right-wing Supreme Court, then we are both missing the kind of long-term political strategy we need for structural change, and we better hope that other social movements don't take their cue from those interested in labor standards. I think that, you know, when the court overrules Roe v. Wade, probably very soon, I would assume that the abortion, pro-choice movement is not going to be like, oh, well, the courts are, you have to continue to fight to make these changes. Courts are hardly the only problem with creating a progressive foreign policy or regulating corporate behavior. The biggest barrier to international agreements, frankly, is the United States. The U.S. has combined remnant isolationism stemming back to the post-World War I resistance to League of Nations with a corporate fear of the lawsuits that would lead to accountability to be enormously resistant to any meaningful action, especially when compared to Europe. The nation's pathetic record of even ratifying the weakest International Labor Organization resolutions is just one piece of evidence as to our stunted foreign policy around international agreements. The fear of international control over American policy that has long motivated conservatives continues to rear its isolationist and chauvinist head today. And that opens space for corporations to ignore any responsibility. So in the aftermath of the Rana Plaza collapse in Bangladesh in 2013, which killed 1,138 workers making clothing for international markets, U.S. companies operating there refused to sign any agreement for safety reforms that tied them to legal responsibility. This was a stark contrast to at least some European companies. While European nations have not done enough to create accountability in their supply chains, the response to Rana Plaza did at least point a tentative way forward. The Accord on Fire and Building Safety in Bangladesh certainly has not transformed the industry into a global model, but at least created some pressure to improve safety in the factories. And the precedent that such things can happen should provide a starting point for us going forward. Now, once again, I am by no means naive about the contemporary dysfunction of government at all levels. But we also have to consistently articulate solutions to these problems and hope and work toward the end of that dysfunction and the return of some kind of functional governance in this nation. And in the spirit of that, let me propose something I call the Corporate Accountability Act. In short, this law would bind U.S. companies wherever they operate, whether at home or abroad. Such a law would need to include a regulatory function to monitor and punish recalcitrant corporations, set basic pollution and workplace standards, mandate living wages based upon the location of the factory, and ban the physical punishment of workers and violence against union organizers, among other things. Perhaps most importantly, it would seek to make corporations legally responsible for their supply chains, forcing companies like Walmart and Target to be accountable for the conditions in the factories that produce their goods wherever they are located. And look, like all this talk about how, these companies like, oh, we can't control what's happening in, a factory in India. They control for cost, they control for quality, they're just choosing not to control for the labor standards. Based on International Labor Organization standards, this law would need to give foreign workers producing goods for the US market the right to bring suit in American courts for redress. Now, the ILO is limited in itself, but it has a nearly century-long history of trying to set concrete standards for workers, and at least it is an international agency with workers' rights clearly at the heart of its mission, unlike, say, the World Bank or International Monetary Fund. It lacks the ability to punish violating countries, but the US can do that for products entering into its borders. The US needs to ratify ILO conventions and empower workers, activists, and journalists to uncover abuses committed by American corporations wherever production is cited. Working with ILO standards around the right to organize, ending child labor, improving occupational safety, and protections from toxic exposure, labor unions and companies could cooperate in a system that brings some jobs to developing world nations under safe and dignified standards, while perhaps keeping some at home. Europe, again, provides examples here. In 2000, Faber-Castell, a pencil manufacturer, signed an agreement with the International Federation of Building and Woodworkers to extend basic rights through its factories, including a large one in Brazil, that would require overtime pay, guarantee decent working conditions, and ensure a workplace free of intimidation or sexual harassment. That union has signed other international framework agreements with companies in Germany, Sweden, the Netherlands, Italy, and France, helping to export workplace rights with capital. Implementing these standards is often difficult with subcontractors and suppliers, but this far surpasses any model to which American companies have agreed. The government mandating ILO conventions to be followed by American companies would go far in creating the types of agreements to which Faber-Castell has committed. Now, I want to be clear. This idea is not protectionist. The idea is not to bring industrial jobs back to the United States and recreate the union movement of 1950. That's never going to happen. Nostalgia is a strictly reactionary sentiment, and not surprisingly, a sentiment quite dominant in our politics today. The labor movement needs to build for the economy of 2050, not 1950. If we are pressing for transformative change in the global economy, that also requires increased pressure for real economic stimulus and investment in the United States. But we have seen this appear on the progressive political agenda. Multiple 2020 Democratic presidential candidates, including Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, and Kirsten Gillibrand, endorsed the idea of a government job guarantee. And I'm a big supporter of that as well. I have a New York Times op-ed from 2018, I think, on this issue. The Build Back Better agenda from the Biden administration has moved the ball ahead on real investment in American jobs, though it faces the same political roadblocks that all progressive ideas do, including from conservative Democrats. Given the present supply chain difficulties, there is a chance that a good bit of industrial production does return to the US, as the present just-in-time system is obviously not working very well right now, but that's going to be heavily automated and is also going to be located in the anti-union South that the labor movement still is not organized, even after a century of trying. However, labor should still get on the board with the broader idea of corporate accountability. The idea here is to strip away the incentives for capital mobility. So not only does it make it harder to close American factories and move them abroad, it also gives workers in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Honduras, and the many other global South nations producing for the American market tools to hold capital in place, so their working classes can push toward raising standards and wages to build their own middle class. Again, the idea here is using American tools to promote solidarity around the globe. and to note that the state still matters, even in a globalized world. Moreover, lest one think that I'm a utopian crank, let me remind you that we already do regulate the conditions of work for imports where we choose to do so. We've done so periodically for a century. For example, the Smoot-Hawley tariff of 1930 bars products made with prison labor from entering the nation. And Congress has recently enforced, or is recently attempting to enforce this in China. In July of 2021, the Senate, yes, that dysfunctional body, passed with unanimous consent the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, despite active opposition from companies such as Nike and Coca-Cola, that is barring basically all imports, that's made by Uyghur forced labor. That's one very recent example. There are many more. The Siemens Act of 1915 tended to create a race to the top in global shipping by allowing sailors to leave exploitative ship conditions when they reached American shores, no matter the country of origin. The U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act prohibits the importation of tuna into the United States from nations that allow the killing of dolphins in nets that harvest the fish. The Clinton administration rules for Cambodia under the old multi-fiber agreement showed that the U.S. could improve global labor conditions if it chose to do so, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing in any of this that is remotely new. This is all doable if we prioritize it. Moreover, even placing these questions into the national conversation has the potential to force changes to the system. In the end, regardless of what one thinks about these specific ideas, and like you can think these are stupid ideas, I don't, that's fine. But I want to get us to three essential principles, and then I'll close. First, the use of the state to create an international regulatory regime is not impossible, nor are the challenges that much greater than the initial creation of the domestic regulatory regime of the 20th century. The state can still be a useful tool. Moreover, it is absolutely a necessary tool for any kind of meaningful and democratic control over capital. Second, we as labor activists and scholars must accept globalization for what it is and act based on the contemporary realities of capitalism and reject nostalgia. The anger in deindustrialized communities in the US, but also in much of Europe over immigration and politics, has its roots at the feeling of loss and resentment due to the unfair realities of globalization. There is much to be done to bring these communities forward, but that's for another paper. For now, let us just say that what such regulation should do is discourage companies from a global race to the bottom by taking away the incentives to constantly seek cheaper and more dangerous shops that recreate the labor and environmental exploitation of the United States a century ago. Third, we need to take this understanding of both the regulatory state and globalization and make it a centerpiece of contemporary progressive politics, which it is not now. That means articulating plans with concrete solutions, presenting them to political leaders, and keeping these issues at the center of the progressive agenda. These issues merge domestic and foreign policy and can also fill the gap in a foreign policy world that progressives rarely take seriously enough to compete in the marketplace of ideas. I would like to think that we could expand upon my ideas, present them to labor-centric Democrats, and build from there. And even if you don't think these ideas are good ones, come up with your own then. In any case, we have seen that doing nothing about globalization and unfair trade has done to our politics and society. Climate change, the rise of fascism, anti-immigrant movements, poverty, opioids, migration, pollution, and collapsing factories should all suggest that we desperately need alternatives to what capitalism has wrought. Let's figure it out. You all are smart legal people. Like, you're smarter than me. You figure it out. But I'm gonna stop there.
Professor Schultz, we'll reserve questions for the end.
Thank you all very much for having me today. The title of my paper is Justice Brandeis's Dilemma Revisited, the Privileged Position of Corporate Power in American Democracy. I guess the way I'm going to describe it is I'm going to take the big swipe today and go after corporate America. Former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis once posed a political economic dilemma for the United States when he reportedly declared, "We must make a choice. We may have a democracy or we may have wealth concentrated in the hands of few, but we cannot have both. While there are questions regarding when, where, and if Justice Brandeis actually said this or made this quote here, nonetheless, it captured a concern of many progressives at the early part of the 20th century. It was a concern about fact that at that time, the gap between the rich and poor was growing at astronomical rates, that we were starting to see the emergence of what we called back then the trusts that were also emerging. But while Brandeis saw wealth concentrating, he and other progressives, including at that time Teddy Roosevelt, saw another threat to American democracy. It was the emergence of large trusts, as I said, in corporations, yielding tremendous political and economic power. Brandeis, in one of his other famous books called Other People's Money, indicts banks and financial institutions as threats to America because of their ability to manage and control credit, money, and thereby commandeer the economy due to their sheer bigness. The ability to control credit was really what he keyed in on here. The Sherman Antitrust Act, the Clayton Antitrust Act, the Tillman Act, are all the three examples of our efforts to try to break up concentrations of corporate power and to regulate them within our political system. Yet, unfortunately, the legislation didn't work. In 1977, the fear of corporate power led then political scientist Charles Lindblom to an examination of what he called the privileged position of business in America, leading him to exclaim in the final two sentences of his book that the large private corporation fits oddly into democratic theory and vision. Indeed, it does not fit. The book itself, Politics and Markets, was a damning critique of corporate power in America, especially coming from somebody who was considered at that time to be one of the mainstream sort of centrist political scientists, at one point defending the status quo in the United States. Now, nearly 50 years later, we again need to wonder about corporate power in American politics. Efforts by President Biden and Congress to increase corporate income taxes are yet again being thwarted, perhaps due in part to lobbying pressure from corporations. Similarly, demands to regulate social media and regulate the price of drugs are facing doubtful passage in Congress. It's become difficult to explain the pattern of policymaking in Congress on major pieces of legislation without recognizing the impact that the corporate lobbying has had. It also may not be a coincidence that corporate political power and corporate political expenditures have dramatically increased after Citizens United, and that political candidates for office increasingly depend upon their money for election campaigns and are unlikely to support policies that are not supported by corporations. It may not be a coincidence that as the percentage of the US labor force that is collectively bargained has gone down over the last 50 years, that corporate power has increased. Perhaps nearly 50 years after Charles Lindblom wrote, and nearly 100 years after Louis Brandeis wrote, corporations retain their privileged position in American politics. Now, what I want to do today, and I certainly can't do it in all the depth that I would like to do, as I'm starting to draft this piece for the journal, there's several components that I'm going to put together, and I'm going to briefly highlight each of them, certainly again, not in the detail that I want. So what I want to do in my talk today, again, based upon what will eventually be produced in the article, is really understand the role of corporate power in American politics. What I want to argue is consistent with what Charles Lindblom argued, consistent with Louis Brandeis argued, that the concentrations of large amounts of power in a corporate structure in the United States is completely inconsistent with our vision and brand of what democracy is supposed to be about. In order to do that, what I want to do is several things. First, it'll be a little bit of an overview of democratic theory. I'm going to do it very, very briefly for all this. Second, what I want to do is talk about how, in part, the way that the Supreme Court has acted over 200 and some odd years has basically given corporations the power and the status that they want. In effect, I will argue for any of you who have taken constitutional law, I know all of you have had to because it's a required class, I will argue that another way of thinking about the battles over what? The Commerce Clause, over regulation, over delegation, are what? Essentially how the Supreme Court has constituted and created the corporate power that we have in America now. And then briefly, I want to talk a little bit about what? A little bit about what that power is in terms of what the Supreme Court has given to corporations and what we as a political society have given them. There's an awful lot to do here. As I'm writing this article, I'm thinking this becomes the basis of another book. It really does. Okay. So first, and again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. It's going to be just to sort of tantalize you a little bit here, is that what I want to argue is that what I call the ontology of democracy is what distinguishes it from other political regimes. And what I mean by the ontology of democracy is that what? Democracy is about two different things, at least. It's about values and structures. And what I mean by values is that at the end of the day, and you know most of them yourself, democracy is about a commitment to certain types of values, about liberty, about equality, about a host of others. And I'll go back to it in a second here. But also at the same time, what democracy is about is that if in fact we have a set of values out there, a set of things that we want to accomplish, we also need to have the institutions that put them into place. Those institutions could be what? Things such as what? Congress, the president, elections. It could be what? Fair presses. It's about building the structures and institutions that we need to secure those values. So what are those values? Robert Dahl, former professor at Yale University, by many people's standards, one of the best theorists on democracy, maybe in the late 20th century. At one point outlines basically five core values for democracy. They include what? Voting equality, effective participation, enlightened understanding, control of the agenda, and inclusion. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about those basic values. These are core values that talk about what? How we, the people, if we can quote the first three words of the Constitution, or even if we don't quote the first three words of the Constitution, if we think of democracy as what? We, the governance by the people. How these five values that he describes in his book constitute what? Ways that we get people involved, get people informed, get people to have a say on the critical decisions. It's about the idea of saying what? That at the end of the day, we have a voice over the critical decisions that are made affecting our life. Now, it looks like a lot of our panelists have philosophy degrees, as I do too also. I thought about a PhD in philosophy at one point, thought eating was a good idea, opted not to go that route. But I say that because what? Somewhere out here, embedded within what? Democratic theory, we could think of deeper notions of Kantian autonomy. We can think of ideas about what? We should have a right over what? Over the say in the things that affect our life. So a part of my paper simply outlines these broader notions of what democracy is. But what I also want to point out here, and this is one of the important points at the end of my discussion of sort of a general theory of democracy, is that Robert Dahl also points out that democracy is not a static concept. That what we think about it itself is an open concept subject to sort of historical interpretation. That what the ancient Greeks thought of as democracy versus what we thought of democracy in 1787 versus what we thought of democracy, what today, are evolving concepts over time. And specifically, I want to make an argument, again, drawing upon Robert Dahl. If the Greeks invented democracy, if in fact they did, although it's hard to think of democracy reconciling itself with slavery as they had back then, but let's just give them a little bit of credit and say, at least among free white males, there was something approaching a democracy. Sounds oxymoronic. It was what? Direct democracy. Dahl argues that the second wave of democracy was what? The concept of representative democracy. And he argues, this is a point that I'm going to make in a few minutes here, the third wave of democracy is to move it beyond politics to economics. That right now we think of democracy as only what? The control over the political decisions that affect our life. And we don't oftentimes think of what? Democracy as affecting the economic wherewithal and the economic factors in our life. Keep this in mind. Part two, American visions of democracy. While in general, American democracy shares these broader notions that Dahl articulates. As I like to say, to my students. Among the words of 1787 that we can use to describe the Constitutional Convention, if I had a board here, I would write it, is the word fear. Fear is all about 1787. Now, when we think about the Constitutional Convention, there, of course, is the fear on lots of scores. The fear of what? The North versus the South, the slave versus the free states, the more popular versus the less popular states. But don't forget, there was a different fear then. And it's a fear that carried over from 1776. It was the fear of what? Strong centralized power. Part of why we want out with Great Britain, why the Declaration of Independence articulates our values, is a fear of strong central power. Everybody in this room, at least I know, this growing up, we had to memorize the first two paragraphs of the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events, and then the second paragraph, of course, is going to be, we hold these truths to be self-evident. But the second half of the Declaration of Independence is the indictment of the king. It is the indictment of all the bad things that he does. And the reason why I mention this, 1787, among the things that divides the convention is what? How to correct the defects of the Articles of Confederation and what? At the same time confine strong centralized power so that we don't create another king. We don't create another sort of like, monarchical type of system. And the reason why I mention this, and all of you who've taken con law know this, is what was our solution for addressing the fear of power? You all know the answer. Checks and balances, separation of powers, elections, bicameralism, federalism. The whole logic of our political system in part is what? The breaking up and manipulation of power so that no one central entity, no one person, no one agency gets to hold all the cards in the deck. This is important to think about because when we now start to think about also the framers of 1787, when they're thinking about what? Power. When they're thinking about politics, circa, again, that time, what are they thinking about? Political society. They're not thinking much about corporations. Now, yes, they did have an experience with corporate charters, or rather, I should say the charters of the crown, I should say. They understood that. But the status of corporations in America circa 1787 is not very significant. So think about this. Their focus is on breaking up power, breaking up concentrations of power. Their focus is on politics, on political structures. They're not really thinking at this point about the corporations the way we think of them now. In fact, corporations as the way we think of them now didn't even exist. Move us through the 19th century. It's what? The first and second waves of American industrialization. And again, my paper will talk about this. It's about eventually what? The rise of the railroads, the rise of the banks, post-Civil War. It's the rise of steel, the sugar, all the different trusts that are being created at this point as American industrialization kicks in and what? They start to centralize. Part of my paper talks about that, talks about the emergence of sort of this economic concentrations in the United States. And in the process, though, we have to think about the third point. How did the Supreme Court respond to these corporations? Largely, as I suggested, and again, I won't go into a lot of detail today, take everything that you learned in con law, all those cases about what? Regulation of commerce, all those post-Civil War cases that talk about what? About economic due process or substantive due process. Take the Lochner versus New York, all those cases out there. Rethink about them as what? These are cases about what? State regulation of corporations. It's about what? Basically saying, what are the limits, the outer limits on what the government can do in terms of regulating private economic behavior. And largely, I would argue that through a series of cases, hundreds of cases, the Supreme Court largely insulated corporate America and basically what? Helped create corporate America. take us further into our discussion here a little bit now. Take us into the 20th century. Take us into what now, where we can think about corporations today. And the way I want us to think about corporate power today is along two different dimensions, external and internal. And what I mean by external is what impact do corporations have in terms of external society? And two, what role do corporations have in terms of regulating the behavior of people within their bounds, i.e. shareholders and employees? And again, let me just briefly read a little bit here from my paper in terms of thinking about the power of corporations. And I'll be done in probably less than 5 minutes. Perhaps the starting point to think about corporations is to think about power. What is power? Stephen Lukes described power across 3 dimensions. It's power of decision-making power, non-decision-making power, and ideological power. Clearly, power we always think about is what? The capacity to make decisions. And corporate entities have that. It's also about what? Preventing other people from being able to make decisions. It is about what? As I say in my public policy classes, it is thinking about, for example, the tobacco industry, which was brilliant for many years. It kept regulation off the agenda. It's about what? The gun industry and the NRA that largely keeps the discussion of gun regulation off the agenda. It is what now about Facebook, that despite the fact that probably Congress pulled his hair a few weeks ago, it protested, it did a whole bunch of things. Do any of us in this room seriously think that Congress is going to take a swipe at Facebook or that Congress is going to break up Facebook? It's not going to happen at all. We know that. So it's about what? Keeping things off the agenda, but it's also ideological, convincing people to think their way. I mention this because we need to think about corporations in terms of what they can do internally, externally, across these different dimensions of power also, but let's also think about a whole bunch of other things that what corporations can do at the end of the day. We relegate to corporations some of the most important functions in our society. Among the most critical, the ability to invest or disinvest. We leave it up to corporations to basically what? Make choices about saying, am I going to invest in the United States or I'm going to go overseas? Am I going to invest in Minnesota or am I going to go to the South? That power to invest or disinvest can make or break communities. I grew up out east, up in an old industrialized city. As businesses like IBM, General Electric, moved away from those communities, what do you think the impact was on those communities? It broke them. For those of us, and some of you here might have grown up in a Pittsburgh, a Detroit, an Akron, Ohio. What were companies able to do? To say essentially what? We're going to leave this area, go somewhere else, or threaten companies, or rather threaten cities and say, if you don't give us money, if you don't subsidize us, we're going to go elsewhere. Think about corporations also in terms of their ability to what? Basically threaten Congress. The ability to say, you pass this legislation, we leave, or we do something else. Again, I won't go into all the details here, but the impact that corporations have in terms of the choices that we leave to them have a devastating and powerful impact on our society. And also think about internally what's employees, the decision of what to pay, what not to pay, to provide health insurance, childcare, to have what pension plans, et cetera, et cetera. Think again about the control that corporations have over people's lives. Again, I can add more to it here, but we know that any given day, corporations, both politically in terms of how they influence Congress, also in terms of how they act can affect the mental, physical well-being of people without there being much of a choice that the employees have over what those corporations do, or the shareholders, or the ability of Congress to regulate them. Gives what? Those corporations that privileged position in America. As I conclude, among the more infamous cases in American Supreme Court history, of course, is the Lochner case. Lochner versus New York, all about the regulation, if I remember correctly, of the baking industry in New York. And at one point in, I think it was in the dissent, Justice Holmes's argument was something to the effect of saying that what? The Constitution does not ratify Herbert Spencer's social sciences. It does not endorse a particular political philosophy about the economy. Unfortunately, I think it does. I think part and parcel, the Supreme Court has incorporated a specific theory into the Constitution. And what I want to argue as I close is that what we need to be thinking about here is that we have 200 years of jurisprudence that constituted American democracy, that constituted corporate power. But we have a theory out there, a basis of maybe challenging it. And it's this idea that I mentioned that democracy goes through waves. It's also the idea of suggesting that what? That if anything is central to American democracy, it is the idea of saying we have to check and break up centralization of power. That is the theory of Madisonian democracy. So perhaps what we need to be thinking about is that third wave of democracy. A third wave that says that, listen, if Madisonian democracy sort of has worked to try to control the political system, but it has exempted corporations, corporate power from those same types of checks and balances, maybe it's time to push that same theory of Madisonian democracy and what? Go after the privileged position of corporations in America. Thank you.
Professor Schultz, thank you very much for that presentation. And we will reserve questions, however, until after Professor Eric Booz has a chance to present. So Professor Booz, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
You are indeed, sir. Thank you. Well, here is the dilemma of being the third presenter in a panel, and that is that the first two have covered about 90% of what I put in my paper, which the substantive reasons why we need to encourage the teaching of law and poverty in law schools and international human rights. The two presenters before me have done an excellent job of illustrating that exact point. Both the corporate influence that leads to the disparities in wealth that we have in our society, and on the international level, the lack of regard for human rights, I think speak directly to the issue of why we need to be studying both law and poverty and international human rights. But here's the problem. The structural problem with my paper is that it is loose scholarship at best, because I have to use a lot of anecdotal evidence in order to talk about restructuring education. And whenever you talk about restructuring education, messing with curriculums, requiring courses, you run into all kinds of incredulity and contempt. The last thing on earth that a law student wants to hear is, oh, here's another required course. So the logistics of this, I don't touch. My paper is titled Why, Not How. The how I will speak to, though, because it's very important. How would we go about encouraging students or requiring students to take law and poverty and international human rights? How do we manage the logistics of that? What do we do with our ABA approval? What do we do with the accreditation issues, the curriculum issues, moving aside other required courses? These are the things that keep administrators up at night. The movement in the United States, and this is my general critique after 30 years in higher education, my general critique in education of America is we have been far too anxious to reduce the amount of education that students get. We're in a race to scale things back and get them out sooner. It is a money-based decision. Students go to school and they want the easiest, cheapest, fastest degrees they can get. People do not go to school for their own edification. They don't choose programs that require more credit hours. They choose programs that require fewer credit hours. So I'm bucking the trend here. And this is a true admission of my own guilt in this process. For 7 years, I worked to structure what's known as a 3+3 program, where you reduce the undergraduate education by 1 year and get them into law school sooner. I spent 7 years developing that program, and it is the single biggest regret of my professional career. I am now of the opinion that we should not do things to reduce the amount of education students get, but we should do things to increase the amount of education they get. I don't think anybody should rush through law school. I think we should consider adding a fourth year, because my experience has been that when they get to law school, they are woefully uneducated with regard to our own history. And I would point to the presentations that just went before me as evidence of the amount of information and knowledge that our students are not getting. By the time they're in law school, their epistemological paradigms, their frameworks for digesting information are pretty well set in stone. We are not doing a good job at enhancing their critical thinking at that stage, and that's problematic, right? So the context of my paper then, has to face that reality, which is requiring a course doesn't guarantee anything in the real world. You can require a whole bunch of courses. There's no guarantee that your students are going to get what you want them to get out of the course. How the courses are taught, the substance that's covered in the course is really, really important. So in a sense, it doesn't matter what you require. If the course is taught poorly, they're not going to get a change in their critical thinking anyway. That said, I do have great respect for the way that law schools approach the problem of trying to balance theory and practice, of trying to bring to the equation a committed effort to sustain a system which is adversarial and which has to take into consideration multiple viewpoints. I would argue that my own experience in academia has been such that there's far too much emphasis in law schools, generally speaking, on the retention and generation of wealth. And there's much less emphasis on dealing with the problems that come from promoting the retention and generation of wealth too much. So I think the second presentation did a fantastic job of giving me a context for that. Now, I also have to say that with regard to what I'm trying to accomplish, I am not blind to the fact that there are many, many institutions out there that are currently doing a fantastic job of shaping the ethos of the law school environment to get students to consider things from a more objective point of view. There are many schools that are doing a great job. Case in point, what we're doing today is evidence of the fact that a law school is very concerned about where we're at as a nation, where we're at as a human species in terms of these issues. So convening this particular symposium is great evidence that there are many people working on this. Now, one example that I want to point to in the contemporary milieu that we're in, of a great effort not to just require a class in law and poverty or human rights, but to change the ethos of the school. And I'm sure there are other schools doing something similar, but I would like to point out what Gonzaga University has done. Gonzaga University has, as a law faculty, decided to create 2 centers of learning. Their first center of learning is focused on civil and human rights. Their second center of learning is focused on law, ethics, and commerce. By creating these 2 centers, they are changing the ethos of that law school culture. And then when you look at how they go about recruiting faculty, they make it abundantly clear that in order to join that law school faculty, you must demonstrate how your teaching and your scholarship fits within the context or aligns with one of those 2 schools, if not both. And I think that is a phenomenal step forward in legal education and trying to churn out successive generations of legal thinkers who will work on both sides of the equation in an adversarial system. So that's a brilliant expression, I think, of what I'm trying to establish. And they didn't have to do it by requiring a law and poverty course or an international human rights course. They did it by making sure they recruit faculty who are well-rounded enough to present issues across the board. And I think that's just one great example. The other thing I have to say with regard to setting up my paper is I'm not by any means being original here. The concern for teaching law and poverty in law schools has been addressed many times over the decades. And one particular scholarly approach to this issue was undertaken by Louise Trubeck at the University of Wisconsin in 1989. She got a Ford Foundation grant to go around the country and study how law and poverty was being taught at various universities. And her research is astounding, if not shocking. And I'll share with you just a little bit of that. Obviously, the goal was to try to promote law and poverty within law school curriculums. And what she found was the law and poverty courses that were being taught at the universities that she surveyed. This was, by the way, done under the Inter-University Consortium funded by the Ford Foundation. She runs through a litany of problems with requiring law and poverty with regard to how those specific courses were taught. First of all, there were serious substantive limitations. The substantive limitations have to do with the fact that if you're going to require law and poverty, what is the substance of the course going to be? There's obviously two very key aspects to teaching law and poverty. One of them is the kind of clinical aspect, which is what are laws that we have on the books currently, what are federal policies that we have on the books that treat this issue of poverty. So there's a very technical approach. Then there's the more philosophical and theoretical approach, which is how has the human community addressed poverty since the very first human communities originated? How have we always dealt with this? So there's two aspects to it, and there wasn't any control over how it was approached. Ideally, if you're going to require a law and poverty class, then there should also be a law and poverty clinic so that you're getting both theory and practice. But now we're into the administrative nightmare of, how do we get students to do both? So Trebek's research produced some shocking results. In her survey of law and poverty courses that were being taught, these were some of the conclusions that she came up with. Not only was there a substantive problem right off the bat, a lack of continuity in how the subject matter was even being taught, but she also discovered that professors were basically ill-equipped at facilitating discussion that involved issues that many of the students individually were connected to directly. So in other words, what she found out was that at most universities, the law and poverty class was filled with individual law students who had a direct connection to issues of poverty. And that seems like a good thing. It's like, okay, we've got students who experienced poverty, students who have been oppressed or denied their rights, students who have a direct experience of what it's like to grow up hungry or without resources or lacking access to fundamental social goods like transportation and energy and housing. But the problem was this, says Trebek, when the majority of students in the class have a personal connection, then students who are from different socioeconomic circumstances felt alienated and in some cases felt attacked, felt like the classes were aggressive. To put a finer point on it, Trebek said the poverty and law classes that she experienced and did research on ended up being like talk shows. Like she specifically said, one student's critique was it was like being on the Phil Donahue show. It was a chance for all of these students, and Trebek puts a very fine point on it. She says, minority students and female students in particular, it turned out to be a venting session of all the problems they face. And their scholarship was loose and it was weak, and there were stereotypes that were being reinforced, and white male students felt completely left out of the equation and in some senses felt threatened. And ultimately, many of the courses ended up having a basic component to it where some students felt like they were being brainwashed or pressed to adopt a certain view of what's going on. So all of these issues that Trebek discusses in her research come to play in the contemporary milieu. How do we structure a law and poverty course that could avoid all of those pitfalls, that escapes the stereotype? Now, not so coincidentally, at the same time she's conducting her research, Justice Antonin Scalia, God rest his soul, weighed in on that very topic at a particular meeting in Chicago, where he ended up fielding a question from the audience about law and poverty. And he said, and I quote, "That's just made up stuff. Law students should focus on taking real classes." It's like that was not at all helpful to the cause of trying to promote a more objective and well-rounded legal education. Be that as it may, that was the reality. And of course, many of the negative aspects of the law and poverty classes that Trebek highlights in her research seem to go together with Justice Scalia's skepticism. And so it creates an atmosphere in which we don't pursue it aggressively. However, as has been pointed out by two brilliant speeches before mine, there are a plethora of reasons in the real world that are confronting us now. And for those of us who are old enough to remember, look, the 60s, 70s, 80s were no picnic. We had plenty of protests back then. We had plenty of crime, plenty of violence, plenty of sad social situations. But I would argue, at least from my perspective and anecdotally, the crisis we face today is worse. It is actually much worse. The civil unrest, the violence, the crime, the mass shootings, the policing for profit, the global financial crisis, which is pending, it's tenable economics at best, the housing bubble that's been created according to the National Housing Coalition that exists now, our environmental crisis, the degradation of the environment, the poor air quality, the loss of water. These ontological realities, along with the existential realities, are creating the perfect storm. We are in a crisis. My point again is we must do something immediately to reform the way we educate students, because at the root of almost all of these problems are individuals who have law degrees. There are individuals with law degrees that write these policies, that enforce these policies, that defend these policies, and there's something wrong. Now, again, I say I'm a big fan of the adversarial system. We do have to protect wealth. We do have to uphold the economic structure of the society, but it's not being done in a way that promotes any sense of equity. Now, for the ultimate support of my argument, I would appeal to Alan Greenspan. Alan Greenspan, who wrote in his book, Age of Turbulence, the single biggest threat to the American way of life is the disparity in wealth. And that disparity in wealth, according to Greenspan, is being driven by economic policies formulated by lawyers. And he has a great amount of information in there regarding how this disparity of wealth has gotten worse over the decades and what the individual policies are that have generated this. He doesn't, however, apologize. He admits that many of his policies contributed to it, but he never says, you know, mea culpa, mea culpa. He kind of dances over that issue. But he really is strong about pointing out the fact that the disparity of wealth and the income gap in the United States is a serious existential threat to our way of life. He really drives that point home. And I think whenever you find that Bernie Sanders and Alan Greenspan agree on something, there's probably a real issue there, because that's about as diverse of a constituency for the cause as you can possibly come up with. So there are real problems facing us. The problems of both ontological and existential are overwhelming us in many ways. Society is ripping apart at the seams. Greenspan makes a very good point that it's driven by the policies upheld by lawyers, by judges, by the legal community, and something has to be done to redress the situation. Again, requiring a specific class in law school is not going to solve these problems, but it's a start. Generating something by way of changing the ethos and how we think about matters is really, really important. And the other speakers alluded to this fact. I mean, part of the reason that we do scholarship on these issues is simply to generate the dialogue. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's have civil discussions about where the breakdowns are, what the problems in the legal structure happen to be. The second speech in particular with the influence of corporations is something I've been driving home to my students for years, that we have to take a serious look at the fascist tendencies of capitalism when it's unregulated. And I would also say that historically, Adam Smith is perhaps the most misread political philosopher of all time. I am angered at the fact that people fall back on the age-old argument, oh, you can't stand in the way of the free market economy, and things work best when the invisible hand of the marketplace regulates. That is completely out of context for Smith. Smith said very pointedly that the free market is regulated by an invisible hand on a local level. He was not in favor of allowing that to be the way we function on national and international levels. He lived in great fear of monopolies by corporations. He had a direct experience of the East India Trading Company and what they were doing toward the structure of society and how they were commandeering the legislative aspects of society to promote laws that were beneficial to themselves. What people forget about Adam Smith is he wrote 2 books. He wrote The Theory of Moral Sentiments because he was a political philosopher first and foremost, and The Wealth of Nations was supposed to be a compendium. They shouldn't be read separately. They should be read together. Theory of moral sentiments first, and that would show you that he had a much more sincere and strident concern for the regulation of capitalism. Capitalism, yes, but unregulated, no, that's not capitalism. Madison, Jefferson, many others have shared that same view. So it's amazing to me how in the modern era, so many people can just fall back on that, the Milton Friedmans of the world, and it's not doing justice to Adam Smith. And it's not putting us in a good situation in terms of our socioeconomic trajectory. So a little bit of an aside, but that's what's driving this disparity in wealth. Our perceptions about how things should be regulated or unregulated are not exactly consistent with the views philosophically of even our own founders. So we have to take that very seriously. The other thing that I would like to point out with dealing with poverty is capitalism, and this is again part of Smith's philosophical concern. Capitalism is a relatively new invention, right? So poverty has been dealt with by the human community since there was a human community. And what we see is in the past, poverty was almost always dealt with only on the ontological level. So there were members of society who were poor by no fault of their own, simply because of circumstances, right? They were born in a certain condition that didn't allow them to participate fully in the socioeconomic economies. And so society had to take measures to ensure their safety, preserve their dignity, protect their well-being. In the Old Testament times, there was a class of citizens carved out. This is around the time of the prophet Amos, where their society formally recognizes that we must do something to treat these members of society. And that's where the Hebrew concept of anawim comes from. This is a protected class of citizens, and you measure the strength of your society by how well they are treated. And so widows and orphans have absolute priority in the structure of things, because that is a measure of how just your society is. Well, that tradition is carried on for centuries. We find that even from St. Augustine in his time frame, he also refers to the poor as a protected and special class in society. And they are actually referred to by St. Augustine as porters for the rich. They are the ones who will help the rich find their way into heaven, because they exist in a way that socially the rich can then do their part charitably and make society just. That tradition carries through, but all bets are off in the modern era. And what we learn about poverty is there's a new existential component to it, which we discover in the Victorian era, through the scholarship of one Charles Booth. Charles Booth was independently wealthy, and he decided to take on the task of studying poverty within the United Kingdom, more specifically within London. And the scholarship that he brought to the issue of poverty was astounding. He didn't know anything about collecting data and doing things scientifically, but he was so disciplined and so rigorous with the way he went about it that he generated a pool of scholarship that gave us new ways to think about poverty as an existential reality. And I would again refer back to the second presentation today, talking about corporate interests. What Booth determined was that the new corporate interests generated in this capitalist milieu were taking poverty as an opportunity to manipulate the social structure. So we find corporations engaging in PR campaigns during the Victorian era, using poverty as a way to generate fear among others and to get legislators to pass legislation that would be beneficial to them. And so poverty becomes something that has an institutional and corporate component. It becomes something that is manipulated by corporate interests in a way to divide people politically and get their way. We see this happening in the United States. Again, the labor history that was referred to earlier is a perfect example of how corporations used poverty to generate a politics of fear and then get more legislation which was preferential to the corporations. So both speakers have mentioned the Lochner era and the Gilded Age, and the corporate component to that is very evident, right? We end up with corporations that manipulate poverty as a construct in order to aid themselves. I'll give you one case in point. The railroads, we know, became the biggest monopoly in the world during the period of the Civil War and shortly thereafter. And one of the things that people fail to reflect on is that the corporate interests at that time had a profound vested interest in in establishing and generating racism. And to their ability, look at the one fact, right? In 1910, 90% of the African-American population lived in the rural South. Between 1910 and 1920, 500,000 African-Americans were brought from the South in boxcars on trains to northern cities like Cleveland, Toledo, Chicago, Milwaukee, and promised jobs in the industries in the North. Why? Because Northern labor had learned to organize itself to the point where it was making a dent in the profits of the corporate owners. So they were sending boxcars to the South and bringing blacks to the North as strikebreakers, oftentimes ending in absolute tragedy, right? St. Louis is an example. The aluminum company of St. Louis brought in an entire workforce of black workers from the South to break a strike that went on. When those blacks got off those trains, they were met with an angry white mob who then beat them with baseball bats, pipes, chains. It was unbelievable. 300 people ended up dead, no charges ever filed. The corporate interest drove that racism. The corporate interest brought it to the northern industrial cities, right? And we don't often talk about that. Another classic example from the corporate sector would be the fact that DuPont Corporation, having controlling share of General Motors, decided that they were tired of labor strikes and work stoppages and unionization. So they formed this Black Legion. 200,000 people joined a vigilante group which wore black robes as opposed to their KKK counterparts in the South. And they went around and terrorized people who were trying to promote unions and collective bargaining and fighting for health and safety conditions in the factories. Like, we need that information to be brought to the fore, that there was a vested corporate interest in driving fear and dividing societies along racial lines. I would also add that there's a component to poverty, especially in the northern cities, that has very much to do with the redlining that went on as a result of a federal policy. And I'm sure you're all familiar with the redlining method of making sure that minorities could not ever move out of their inner city conditions. They were prohibited from buying properties in the suburbs. So there were actually laws on the book. I'm in Idaho at the moment, and just last week we met with the Intermountain Housing Committee, and we found out that we still have restrictive covenants in most of the counties in Idaho that still have the word Negro in them. And people are prohibited from selling their homes to Negroes. Like, okay, we all know that that's illegal and unconstitutional, but they have managed to leave the wording in there. And then they just conveniently draw a line through it and say, well, that doesn't matter. I mean, we know that's illegal. Okay, but it still is functioning as a deterrent to minority homeowners. Now, back to the issue of poverty, we all know that the link to home ownership and property ownership is the single biggest way out of poverty. But when we look at the structure of the laws, we see that we have disenfranchised minority populations and absolutely put barriers in their way to prevent them from owning property. So they can't get out of poverty. It's the number one way out of poverty is ownership, and generational wealth is made by property and passing on property. But if you keep them from getting property, they will not be able to get out. So again, back to Greenspan's point, single biggest problem we're facing as a culture is the disparity in wealth. The number one way to achieve wealth is to own property, but there are so many restrictions put in, so many barriers put in, that we end up with this massive disparity in wealth that is driving many of the situations of civil unrest, anger, and violence. So, all right, to bring this full circle again, law and poverty, could we require that as a course? Well, we could. It's going to run into some administrative challenges, and is it the best way to go? That's a problem, right? So the how is left up to the administrators and the thinkers. The why, I think, is pretty evident. We have a serious crisis in society. I think that the lack of complete education is driving much of this. And much of the problem has to do with the fact that we have many people participating in the legal establishment that are not completely educated on the matter. And so they find it easy to pass these regulations that end up functioning as barriers. And when challenged on the issue, they tend to be more recalcitrant than they are receptive. That also is a problem. So We have to do something in terms of shaping the education that they receive in order to make them a little more pliable in the professional realm, so that when situations like this arrive, we can say we need to change the policy, and they'll be a little bit more receptive than they are resistant. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Again, my paper is asking why, and I think the why is the easy part. The how is the hard part. How do we actually go about implementing this? And how do we avoid some of the pitfalls that Trebek outlined in 1989? How do we not let poverty law continue to be treated like a fluff course, or treated like a not real law subject? And again, that has very much to do with what is the level of commitment of your faculty. Again, I think Gonzaga provides us a good model going forward. It's very positive and constructive, and I think more schools should lean toward that. One last note, I have recently discovered that there are some states that are trying to deal with this issue by requiring poverty law questions on their bar exam. Massachusetts, for example. I don't know that that's the best approach going forward, because when you include new information on the bar exam that was not part of a required course, the people taking the bar exam tend to get a little bit upset. How is that fair that I'm responsible for information that I haven't been required to take? Well, okay, that's a dubious claim, but they're going to claim it anyway. But is that the best way to approach it going forward? Simply requiring them to answer questions on the bar exam doesn't really do anything for providing them the wealth of information, in particular the historical context for poverty. And again, the kind of poverty, existential, that Booth showed in the Victorian era, which we have actually lived out in our socioeconomic trajectory. How is it the case that we have poverty that's existentially created by corporations and then completely facilitated for their own interests? And a lot of that has to do with changing some of the laws at the higher level, especially those corporate responsibility laws. I thought that was actually really brilliant. So that said, I think that's enough on my end, and we'll let the administrators have the nightmare of how to go about improving the ethos of their law schools.
Professor Booz, thank you. And a quick question for each of our panelists, if I might. For Professor Loomis, I'd like you, although it is, you haven't yet heard this afternoon's panel, I'd like you to anticipate this afternoon's panel, which is focused on money and politics, Citizens United, Buckley versus Vallejo, that whole complex of cases. And how do we, in the light of the, shall we say, a dominant donor class that controls politics in America, how do we organize against that? That's my question to you. To Professor Schultz. By the way, just a point. There was in the 18th century, at the time of the Declaration of Independence, actually a lot of anti-corporate sentiment focused on the East India Company, not focused on American corporations are very rudimentary, but the East India Company was seen as an octopus encircling the world. It was described in those terms. But my question to you is democratizing the workplace. The National Labor Relations Act, particularly as interpreted, draws a sharp distinction between management and labor. Capital and labor occupy different ends of the spectrum, and implicitly, at least, the National Labor Relations Act, again as interpreted, declares essentially that the workplace should not be democratized. How do we respond to that reality? And to Professor Booz, let me keep flipping my pages. And Professor Booz, my question to you is, how do we address the deep structure of poverty? We are seeing the efforts to address the deep structure of racism and anti-racism courses that look not only at the surface, but look at structures of racism that go back hundreds of years. How shall we perhaps borrow methodology from that movement as in a way of to look at structures of vested, replicating, and wealth and power and privilege. That's my questions to each of you.
I'll just answer this. Let me just answer that, I think, fairly quickly. The issue, obviously, of corporate domination of politics is a huge one. I mean, I think that, I believe that one thing that sort of ties these two Gilded Ages together is I think that you see in the late 19th century, Americans sort of really believed in these ideas of capitalism, right? The idea of free labor, that a capitalist system would sort of share its wealth in a relatively equal fashion, which was really dominant, particularly in the Republican Party, and as it forms, proved to be a lie. As the development of monopoly, right? And much of late 19th century politics is about trying to fix that, right? And so you have, all kinds of sort of, one-off solutions. Edward Bellamy, the single tax of Henry George, Chinese exclusion is certainly a piece of this. The 8-hour day movement that fuels the Knights of Labor, and it really requires, decades of people sort of figuring out that capitalism was lying to them, to create larger, more substantive critiques that leads to, the rise of socialism and collective bargaining and these sorts of modern 20th century solutions that tame capital. I think that's very similar to today. I mean, I think that in the 90s, in the 80s and 90s, as the labor movement declines, you have the rise of, a kind of go-go capitalism that once again, a generation or more people fundamentally believe that capitalism is going to work for them. You have this is the same time as deindustrialization, and so the solutions for Youngstown and Akron are like, go move to Texas and take a job, or learn to code, or whatever. It's completely unrealistic ideas for 55-year-old steel workers who didn't graduate from high school. And I think that Occupy Wall Street was kind of a moment, sort of like the development of some of these one-off ideas of the Gilded Age. That was sort of like Americans sort of came together and realized, look, like this is a bunch of lies, and and we don't know how to respond to it, right? And so the last 12 or 10 years has been America's beginning to come up with more sophisticated critiques about how to deal with the contemporary issues of capitalism, at the same time as you have the redominance of capitalist control over the economy and over politics, right? But again, it's not really that much different than it was in 1900, So I think that in terms of how to deal with it, that's going to come out of the kind of organizing efforts that are going to be taking place. And I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know that the traditional labor movement is going to be able to recover and become, 1950 again. I think that the labor law is so broken, and corporate control over the National Labor Relations Board and the ways in which union elections are held is so dominant that reforming unions as they're traditionally constructed may not really even be possible. And so I think that we're at kind of the cusp of people sort of beginning to develop the kind of modern sophisticated critiques that are going to be necessary to once again wrest control from corporations. So that's an answer that's a non-answer answer, because I don't necessarily know, except to say that I think that we're only beginning to figure it out right now. So yeah.
Okay, I'll try to be brief here. There's a couple of things to think about. You made this point exactly, is that in many ways, the National Labor Relations Act is already broken. I mean, we know it in many situations here in terms of certification for elections, et cetera, but it's also broken for a different reason. I mean, we can't think about the law or as economic systems as being static. Circa 1930s, capitalism looked at a certain location in time or in history about the way it was structured, management structures and so forth like that. And with that, there was a vision also about how labor and management interacted. And the law tried to sort of capture that moment in time in terms of what it looked like. Fast forward us at least to the 1970, and if not then to now, that vision of how corporations are structured, how management and labor interact is very, very different now. I mean, the way of describing it is that the social relations have really fundamentally changed with a changing economic base over time. And so right off the bat, we have to be rethinking about, for any type of a law, that at some point it needs to be reconstituted. We need to be rethinking about, if I could use it, labor and employment laws for like a 21st century. And so first off, going back to your point here, I think the NLRA is already broken. The question is, what are the pieces of the puzzle that we want to put together now in terms of given how we want to create a vision of let's say, labor law that supports our concepts of democracy. But also want to suggest here that we do have a few tools out there already. For example, don't forget about the fact, and we haven't talked about them today, there are things, for example, such as why ESOPs employ, stock ownership programs, of which we could eventually, over time, if we change the law, facilitate greater ownership by workers, or at least voices by workers into corporations. And there's nothing at all that would say that we couldn't require or reconstitute corporate law to give shareholders more control. I mean, one of the discoveries of the 1930s in books by Burroughs and Means was the fact that ownership was separated from management, that the shareholders who own corporations have no power over them. So are there ways that we could maybe rethink the ways in terms of saying that workers and shareholders can be put together here in terms of having more control over the fate of corporations? I think that's all possible.
Professor Booz.
I'm going to approach the problem of the deep structure of poverty from the perspective of neuroscience. I'm going to point to a scholar at MIT named Rebecca Sachs, who's done extensive studies on the human mind and has discovered that we have the capacity, an actual part of our brain right behind the right ear, that's called the RTPJ. And what she has found in her research of the RTPJ is that function, that brain, part of the brain, has only one function. It only lights up when we think about other people thinking. It doesn't light up at any other time. So that proves Aristotle's fundamental point that humans are social and political by nature. We have a capacity in our mind to think about other people thinking. And that's the only time we use the RTPJ. That being the case, issues of poverty come down to real experiences where there are limited amounts of resources and people have to decide what to do with those. And so the easiest thing for people to do is to decide resources based upon what they are most familiar with. You could argue philosophically that this is the basis of tribalism, which is kind of a new movement right now in scholarship to talk about how we have fundamental allegiances to people closest to us. I don't think that's surprising science. I think it's reality. We are going to associate with those that we are the closest to, so that when there are a limited amount of resources and we have to withhold resources, we will withhold those resources from those who are least like us or least familiar to us. The problem with that is basic epistemology. Impressions become ideas over time, and ideas are the source of behavior. So whoever controls the impressions controls the ideas and hence the behavior. So what you end up with in the social construct is those impressions that get reiterated the most make it the easiest for people to behave in a manner that's conducive to protecting those closest to them. So poverty then takes on, aside from the ontological poverty, existential poverty then takes on race, takes on ethnicity, takes on religion, takes on any other social line of demarcation that allows us to redirect resources to those closest to us and away from those who we don't identify with. So that is a kind of racism which is structural in the human sense. We're going to do that as human beings. However, we have to come back to the argument that we have the capacity to do ratiocination, to do abstractions, and to think to ourselves, that's not right. In a world of limited resources, we got to be smart enough to figure out ways to share with everybody and not absolutely demonize one group of people in order to ease our consciences and make it facilitate our ability to promote only our own group. We can destroy tribalism through the social and legal construct. And I would argue again, that is the role of higher education, is to control the impressions in a way that allow people to take ownership of their ideas and change their behavior. I think the biggest thing that ever happened to poverty as a construct was Thomas Malthus. When Thomas Malthus wrote his treatise on human catastrophism, and he made the claim that the single biggest threat to humanity is humanity itself, because there's too darn many of us, it immediately led England to pass the Corn Laws, which then prohibited the importation of corn from France, because they figured that if they could cut back the food supply, then the poor people wouldn't propagate. And what was wrong about that was it backfired. In fact, we know as a human community that when you cut back on the amount of food available, humans don't stop propagating. In fact, the Corn Laws resulted in higher populations and a war with France at the same time. So here's science gone bad, because tribalism kicked in and they decided to try to do something for themselves. But Malthus's idea that there are too many people on the planet is alive and well today. And until we address that kind of in a philosophical way, we're not going to change anything. There is a huge percentage of people that think there are too many humans on the planet, and that, you know, the more we can do to scale that back, the better. Case in point, the United States embraced eugenics from 1907, when Indiana passed the first eugenics law, all the way up until 1982, when Oregon took it off the books. In fact, we're still practicing it. In California, a woman that's incarcerated can reduce her sentence if she'll agree to sterilization. So we have this terrible history, deplorable history of, you know, finding ways to keep people from procreating because we think there's too many people on the planet. That again is directly connected to this issue of limited resources, human population, and this is part of that deep structure of poverty. Until we get our brains around the fact that we can live sustainable lives and use the RTPJ to think about others' thinking, and then make resource allocation based on that, not on politics, we're not going to do much at all to stop poverty. In fact, poverty gets politicized, it gets pushed by the corporations, profits go up and poverty increases at the other end, and we shrug and pass the issue. So we got to do a whole philosophical redress of what it means to be human. I would argue nobody should even go to law school until they have sufficiently passed a class called Philosophy of the Human Person, because you have to decide in the final analysis, what the heck does it mean to be human? How can we live in a country where the metaphysics that undergird the Constitution are so evident and people are so unfamiliar with them? How do you look at that preamble to the Constitution and not see the Platonic sense of justice that they're calling for, that we need to work together for the common good? And so we have to redress education again. Kind of a long-winded answer to that, but let's use the neuroscience in a way to get people on board with how we structure our education.
Well, Professor Booz, thank you so much. And you're not here with us. We're about to have a lunch break, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Very excited to introduce this afternoon's keynote speaker, Professor Zephyr Teachout. Zephyr Teachout is an associate law professor and has taught at Fordham Law School since 2009. She grew up in Vermont and received her BA from Yale in English, and then graduated summa cum laude from Duke Law School, where she was editor-in-chief of the Law Review. She also received a master's in political science from Duke. She clerked for Chief Judge Edward R. Becker of the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. She was a death penalty defense lawyer at the Center for Death Penalty Litigation in North Carolina, and co-founded a nonprofit dedicated to providing trial experience to new law school graduates. She is known for her pioneering work in internet organizing and was the first national director of the Sunlight Foundation. She has written dozens of law review articles and essays and 2 books. Her book, Corruption in America, From Benjamin Franklin's Snuff Box to Citizens United, was published by Harvard University Press in 2014. Please join me in welcoming Professor Zephyr Teachout.
Well, good afternoon. I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person, but I am really honored to be here, to be invited by a friend of my father's, who is also a law professor, and to be part of this really critical symposium on the threat to, is my light okay, or is it coming in too strong? It's all right? Can you see me okay? Okay, great. This really critical threat from inside to democratic self-governance, a threat, what I see as a threat of corruption, but we often think of a form of corruption as being private powers corrupting institutions, as opposed to what we're talking about today, which is private powers becoming those very self-serving institutions and governing themselves. As Justice Douglas once said, all private power tends to form into a government in and of itself. So what I want to talk about today, area that I am increasingly concerned about, a subset of this problem of radical concentration of power. But I'm going to start with a few minutes on the concentration of power and governing power, turn to this particular issue, which I'm going to call surveillance wages, and then talk about 3 different possible strategies to approach the threat of surveillance wages, namely privacy laws, gambling and business corporate law, and antitrust law. So first, as I think you've already talked about somewhat today, we see radical concentrations of private power in our society as a kind of disease that are eating away at the institutions that make it plausible to have an economy with some level of equality, racial and economic, and to have a self-governing entity. The good news is there is a major shift in public thinking about private power. And President Joe Biden this summer showed up as one of the leading proponents of this shift in a remarkable and under-noticed speech in which he pushed forward executive actions across the administration. Biden pushed for particular areas of executive action, but more importantly, he pushed for a new vision, saying the last 40 years of antitrust and anti-monopoly thinking have failed. And this was the key moment. I caught my breath when he said the word failed. Biden then talked about the ways in which radical concentrations of power are pushing down wages and leading to unsustainable power at the top, disempowerment at the bottom, whether you look at workers' rights or at consumers. You also have Biden appointing Lena Khan to chair the FTC, Jonathan Cantor to lead the antitrust division at the Department of Justice, and Tim Wu at the White House, all 3 good friends of mine. This is a really important moment to recognize that although we have massive work to do, at the leadership level, our country is committed to a new way of thinking about private power. These 3 appointments, along with Rohit Chopra at the CFPB. Now, having said that, as I said, we have a lot of work to do. And what I've written about in the past is the ways in which concentration of power, I come from democracy work. I come from voting rights, money in politics, gerrymandering, all of which we are still very front and center as of today, needless to say. And I came to antitrust and anti-monopoly work from concerns about our democracy. So what I've written about is the ways in which we should understand the anti-monopoly fight as including the fight against private arbitration, what's called mandatory arbitration, where basically corporate controlled courts are making decisions. Talked about the ways in which corporate power is undermining, especially in the tech arena, a free and open press by having a duopoly in digital advertising at the top, with Facebook and Google really controlling and sitting like kings above our free press. And the problems, for instance, of Amazon and Tyson, companies that sit at the center above governing their industries as opposed to existing within them. But the topic I want to talk about today is the way in which a combination of monopoly power, and I understand monopoly power to mean when you have the power to set terms, term setting. If you don't believe me, that's Milton Friedman who says that. So basically the power, instead of to negotiate terms, to set them. The monopoly power on the one hand, and data collection, which is leading to a new form of setting the terms at work. And as I said, I call this surveillance wages. So what I mean by surveillance wages is wages are determined not by the task, nor by the set of responsibilities, but by individualized information about the worker collected by the employer. And I include in the employer the economic employer, not just the technical state-by-state definition of what constitutes the employer. And so what we have then is an extreme power imbalance between workers and dominant employers that is added to a growing industry of intrusive technologies. And so what we are seeing is that workers, and this is whether they're classified as employees or independent contractors, are increasingly likely to be paid different amounts for the same labor, treated differently in terms of scheduling than somebody else who is doing the exact same task, have different benefits from other workers, and as part of this, increasingly likely to be experimented upon as subjects that are tested and prod. I mean, the sunny way to put this is that there's the rise of quote unquote personalized wages. And I'm going to talk about the examples we know about, but my prediction, and I am proud or sad to have been ahead of the curve on other predictions before. My prediction is that this is going to be one of the fastest growing structures that we see in the workplace: individualized, personalized surveillance wages. Well, one way to think about it from your seats at St. Thomas is to think about the shift in social media from a feed that was determined chronologically. When Professor Reed put something up at 1 and I put something up at 1:10 and Xander put something up at 1:20, you would 10 years ago, 8 years ago, see each of those in sequence, to a feed that is now in your social media structured based on what Facebook knows about you and your own proclivities, your own weaknesses, what will keep you on the site the longest and therefore allow them to sell you the most stuff, what will change your heart rate and therefore attach you to the social media. In other words, we are used to the highly personalized interaction in our consumer lives in social media. Increasingly, and retailers have been taking the lead on this, we're also seeing personalized pricing for consumer goods. Have you ever been in a department store? I guess I'm aging myself by using the phrase department store, but and get an ad for something where you get a coupon, a slightly lower price. Retailers are tracking how you move throughout the stores and what prices will attract you, trying to identify your personalized pricing point. This is happening both online and in physical retail. But what we're talking about now is that same kind of individualized pricing, but for labor pricing. All right. So let's just talk a little bit about what we already know. This starts with collecting information And we're still largely, for most employers, in the collection phase, but we all know that people don't stop with collection when it comes to data. It will inevitably get used. And so here's what we know already. We know that there is a booming industry in employment surveillance technology. So companies already do things like measure time spent on various activities, run experiments on people's moods. Of course, they follow your physical location, track productivity, identify when employees are multitasking, collect information on friendships and other interactions online. There is software that tracks, I mentioned mood before, software that tracks tone, software that tracks facial expression. Employees are increasingly recorded at work. Keyboard strokes, this has been around for a long time, but keyboard strokes have been studied and measured and collected. Your health and your speed in movement is watched. And when I say you, this is in all workplaces, but it is overwhelmingly in lower income workplaces and in jobs that are often occupied by Black and brown workers. So the impacts of this surveillance technology, unsurprisingly, is falling the heaviest on the most disadvantaged workers. We have thumb scans, ID badges, closed circuit cameras, geolocation tracking, internet software that companies can buy to track your browsing history, your social media usage, your emails, and your phone calls. When it comes to customer service, the call centers that you are all familiar with interacting with, you have AI analyzing the empathy and effectiveness, software that flags quote unquote negative attitudes. And on top of all this, you have Citizens United, the now 11-year-old decision that not only allowed big corporations to spend money through super PACs, but also gave a very clear signal to the legal departments of big corporations that they need not fear political tracking and political advocacy. That's the nice word for it, when the advocacy is backed by the fear of getting fired at work. So we've already seen a growth in political activity as between employers and their employees, and have reason to believe, and I believe, that the tracking of political activity is also on the rise. Okay, so of course, the way that employers talk about this is all used to increase productivity. The more we track, the more we can increase productivity. But what it allows for is, again, treating each person individually based on their own internal incentive systems. So the front lines, as always, I laugh about it, but I shouldn't laugh, is Uber. Uber is sort of constantly on the cutting edge of figuring out mechanisms of exploitation. So you will talk to drivers who not only don't know why they get paid, what they get paid, the numbers change, the amounts change, there's a black box, they get changing percentages. They used to get a much higher percentage of every ride. Now they get a much lower percentage of every fee, but they'll talk about bonuses that arise at the last minute when they are just about to go home. The note saying there's a ride just around the corner. I just use that as one example of the kind of tracking to say, okay, we know this is a kind of driver who will respond to these kinds of incentives, and therefore we can extract more, push more. very individualized treatment. We also know that Amazon has, and this is a reporting from a couple years ago, started to use a combination of gamification and surveillance in its warehouses. So it's not only collecting all this information, but actually hiring the same technicians, researchers as are used in Las Vegas. So their names like Mission Racer, Pix in Space, Dragon Duel, Castle Crafter. These are quote unquote games that are brought into the warehouse that encourage that are designed to incentivize workers, which means, of course, then they're paid differently for the same task. They have a reward called Swag Bucks, which has an internal currency that can be used to make purchases. Now, Amazon, of course, says this is designed to bring more joy into the workplace, but what we see is that it allows for individualized pricing of labor, individualized pricing of tasks. Okay. Before I address the sort of three different strategies that I'm interested in responding to this, I will say I don't think this is, I think this is a very dangerous area. And it's a very dangerous area because it goes right at the heart of worker solidarity and the possibility of workers to organize together depends in part on workers getting paid the same amount for different tasks. The power of a company to call out the dissident troublemaker and pay her more or less, incentivize her differently, to destroy the solidarity that comes with similar wages and benefits is really quite significant here. And just at a meta level, we should all be able to see it. There's power that comes from monopsony, concentrated power over employment sector, and there's power that comes from radical information asymmetries. And this combination of power effectively is moving towards maximal extraction from workers. How much are you willing to work at $15 an hour? How many hours? What are you willing to give up? That this dual power allows for, basically, in the same way if you do the reverse, the company trying to figure out the most they can get for you to pay for that special fancy triple lighted toothbrush. They're also in the inverse trying to figure out on a personalized level the least they can pay workers for the work that they do. And I put this in the context of something I've written about before is while we fight for a $15 an hour, $20 an hour minimum wage, we have to make sure our minimum wage does not become the maximum wage by giving employers the power to basically put a ceiling there by identifying each person's individual proclivities. Having said that, I think this is a tricky area because yes, every workplace is going to have incentives. We do want to encourage joy at work, and some level of differential treatment or of experimentation to learn, quote unquote, what works is important. And so it's not as clean an area as others. All right, let me talk about three different areas that I see opportunities in to respond to this. I think people's first instinct is often privacy law. Like what, and I would say each of these three has opportunities, and I'm not going to do the here's three, only one works. I think all three are important. I think all three play a role. So we might first say to privacy law, and then take a look at like where privacy law is related to work. It will not surprise you, perhaps, but that while the law does presume a reasonable expectation of privacy more broadly, the default is the law does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy at work. In fact, the default expectation created in a very different time is that as an employment is a site of maximal intrusion and being watched. not a site of privacy and dignity. And so the law as a default allows for searches at any time without permission. Any use of work email, phones can be studied without any permission. And I want to thank Professors Rogers, Stone, Bales, and Gilman, who've come out with some great research showing how existing privacy laws are wildly insufficient to address surveillance at work. All of these are put into place before AI. There's, what we have is arguably the broadest protection in the National Labor Relations Act is the prevention of employers from monitoring workers if the purpose is for union busting. If the purpose, you're basically banned as an employer from spying, if you're spying in order to disrupt lawful concerted action. You also have some other restrictions like federal anti-discrimination laws, laws that ban discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, disability, pregnancy, gender, and age. Now, at the margins, and Kate Crawford has argued this, these laws could give rise to some protection from surveillance if you can prove, and it's hard to prove, that the surveillance is designed to uncover this kind of information. As you may or may not have seen, there is some ongoing litigation about the wellness programs, gathering a lot of information about health because of the federal laws banning discrimination on the basis of genetic information. Now, there is, however, some state law with a little more wiggle room, but I think we're not anywhere close to near enough. So for instance, California has found that an employer using an email account to investigate compensation claims was basically an invasion of privacy tort. The invasion of privacy tort in most states is going to be hard to prove, involve the rare situation, and it protects against intrusions that are highly offensive to a reasonable person. So, of course, highly offensive to a reasonable person depends on norms, and given that the norm is a high degree of surveillance, in general, it's incredibly hard to use invasion of privacy tort laws. Now, there are some states that have public sector worker protections, a growing number of states that are proposing privacy laws. I just want to suggest that compared to the threat I was just talking about, most of these laws are banning very particular kinds of questions, like in many states now, you can't ask somebody for access to your password at work. Well, that's great, but that doesn't even rise anywhere near to the level of the kinds of surveillance we're talking about. There are some limits on employers' use of social media. But I also want to suggest that even when we look at Europe outside the US, the proposals are weak sauce compared to the nature of the threat. The GDPR, if we look at Europe, basically grants a right to an explanation for why, make sure that there is you have a right to not be subject to decisions based on automated profiling. Moving a little bit closer in the right direction, but I actually see this as all of these are putting an enormous burden on somebody who wants to bring a claim, as opposed to a very different privacy regime, which is what I think we should be thinking about, which are absolute bans on collecting certain kinds of information. I don't think the line there is easy, but absolute bans on collecting information outside of the workplace, for instance, not just this social media account you can't look at, And then I think we have to move to looking at bans on collecting information even at work and rethinking the deep presumption in our law that when you enter a job, you lose all your, outside of anti-discrimination rules, when you enter the work, you basically lose your dignity and right to privacy. Okay. Second, I think the second area that I'm really interested in, and I've done less work here, but I'm developing this and really interested in any thoughts on this, is gambling laws, other laws regarding gambling and gaming. Ryan Kalo, Professor Kalo, has also suggested that contract law, like looking at contract law, especially when we see it work increasingly, we're talking about experimentation, like we got 50 workers, we're going to give 20 of them one set of incentives, another set. You are presumably clicking yes to your contract, every week, every morning in this brave new world we're entering. But there is a kind of fleeting unconscionability, and this is what Professor Kalo has suggested, that we're used to unconscionability as being sort of asking at this moment, was this an unconscionable contract? But the quick changing nature, given the power dynamics at work, of agreeing to changing terms, and that comes with experimentation, gaming, and surveillance, may give rise to fleeting unconscionability. There's also human subjects law that I've looked into on here, these rules governing experimentation. But to me, the heart of the business law, the most promising area in business law, is to look at limits on business models like commission schemes, pyramid schemes, and gaming. Now, as you may know, the line between gaming and gambling is very, very hard to define. Addiction researchers have looked at this. And I bring this up because when we're talking about little we know about what's happening in Amazon and Uber and the growing technology, we know that one of the things they're doing is basically studying our moods, studying workers' moods, and then pushing people's incentives in a way that may be against their own self-interest. And the core basis of gambling law is to say, yeah, maybe people are voluntarily entering into these contracts, but there's certain kinds of contracts that we are not going to allow because they encourage people to work against their own self-interest. So that, you see this rubric, what addiction researchers try to figure out the line. What is gaming? Well, it's when there's interactivity, contextual indicators of success. What is gambling on the other turn? Betting and wagering, chance-determined outcomes, risk and payout monetization features. I'm not actually suggesting that current gambling law is going to be successful to challenge what's happening at work. I'm suggesting that we don't need to just look at the modern day, but can look back in history at old ideas from the common law to think about this challenge of employers getting employees to work against their own self-interest. We do it in multi-level marketing, banning certain multi-level marketing schemes. We do it in gambling, and maybe we should investigate more deeply the limits of the kind of psychological push and pull that can be used at work. Okay, finally, I was going to get there. Let's talk about labor monopsony and pricing laws. I argue that a key to stopping this move towards surveillance wages in its track is not only banning certain forms of collection, but reducing the relative power of employers and increasing the relative power of employees. Because only when you have a more fair power balance can workers and employers at work negotiate a level of surveillance that maintains dignity. So I think understanding labor monopsony, pushing for stronger labor monopsony laws, and talking about pricing laws are key. Because what we're talking about here, as I suggested earlier, is pricing, labor pricing, right? In economic terms, we would call this first degree labor price discrimination. I know you were talking about Brandeis earlier. I always like talking about Brandeis. We're going to talk about Brandeis for just a second here. Brandeis thought pricing law was absolutely critical, was very concerned about any first degree price discrimination. Third degree price discrimination is when basically you get, like if you're going to the movie, there is theater divides the moviegoers into seniors, adults, and children, different price for every category. That's third degree. Second degree is like, okay, you get a different price for toothbrushes when you buy them in bulk. First degree is when a company charges a different amount for the same person for the same, for a different amount for the same product for two different people. And Brandeis, by the way, hated first degree price discrimination. He didn't like coupons, because coupons are a form of first degree price discrimination. You pay $3 for this toothbrush, I pay $1 for this toothbrush because I've got my coupon. And so just as a matter of reminder, for most of American history, pricing law was front and center and part of a major public debate. And so calling on that history of pricing law and understanding the deep dangers of first degree price discrimination, or another way to put it is understanding that first degree price discrimination is a very strong signal of monopoly power. Because if you have the power to charge two different people different prices, you are in a term setting role and not engaging inside the market, but atop it. So returning, one thing we could think about is banning first degree labor price discrimination in certain workplaces that are over a certain size. There's a reason that one of the key features of most contracts is lockstep structured pay structures. It is essential to solidarity at work. I suggested this before. But think about saying, hey, at certain large employers, we are just going to use pricing law, and pricing law deeply connected to anti-monopoly law. I'd argue it's part of anti-monopoly law, pricing law in this sphere. And then finally, the heart of anti-monopoly law is basically pushing forward new legislation, as well as bringing cases under existing law to break up the power of big employers. There is legislation pending right now in New York State that the Senate passed that would make it much easier to prove that an employer has market power. It uses an abuse of dominance standard. And you could say, well, what does this have to do with surveillance wages? I think it has everything to do with surveillance wages. Because surveillance wages come, yes, they come from the new technology, but they also come from term setting. So if you actually are a warehouse worker in a decentralized market, where you actually have choices about where you go, and one employer is using surveillance wages and the other one isn't, you're going to go to the place that isn't using surveillance wages, where you have effectively the parallel to what Brandeis loved, posted prices, clear, reliable, stable wages for the same work. So I think that breakups, blocking mergers, and updating labor monopsony law are a key part of responding to the threat of surveillance wages. So just 2 days ago, there was an amazing report by Coworker that just came out detailing this, it really was 2 days ago, detailing that my Cassandra warnings have not been crazy. No, detailing the ways in which basically in the last couple of years, you're just seeing this explosion in the industry for surveillance at work technology. So the bad news is very quickly on the rise. And as I said at the beginning, this data is not going to sit quietly in a vault. It is going to be used to maximally extract from workers. The good news is it is still pretty early. It is still not the default at most workplaces. And I believe we have an opportunity to get out ahead of it using privacy law, gambling law, pricing law, and antitrust law to make clear that at work, you should not be maximally experimented on and be paid the least amount that your own particular unique psychology would allow. Thank you for the opportunity to share something that I'm very passionate about, and I look forward to the discussion.
Professor Teachout, if I might begin the discussion with a question, and that is this. We have seen over the last 2 years now with the pandemic, 18 months, we've seen now the emergence of work at home, remote working, distance working. And what we're seeing is a change in the nature, not of, well, change in the nature of work, of course, but a change in the nature of the workplace, which would seem to expand the scope of surveillance wages far beyond anything you've spoken about so far. How would you address that?
Great. I love that your first answer is your dystopia isn't dystopian enough. That's great. No, I think you're exactly right. And I think this goes to the theme of this whole symposium, which is I'm talking about one little piece of it. But when we're all touching different parts of the elephant and connecting the surveillance of you as a worker, but then your work is your home, so it's surveillance of your home, of what you're eating, what you're saying at home, and connecting those data sets and that power to you as a consumer. We are talking about a significant governing role. A panopticon-like governing role, but it's not a prison. It's all of the people in society.
It's the laptop your company gave you.
It's the laptop your company gave you that is also collecting data. And the nice example of this is like, is John Deere. So you buy a tractor from John Deere, according to you, the farmer. According to John Deere, you buy the metal, but you are leasing the software. You may know that, about these major fights on right to repair, that basically John Deere says, oh, no, you can't, you can only repair it at our shops. But you know what else John Deere is doing? It's collecting weather information, which it is using in ways that are totally unrelated to you because your tractor has weather sensors that it can then use, collect, sell, and monetize. And so to your point, Professor, it is, the tractor is the computer. You bring the tractor home and the tractor then becomes a spying machine on your land. The value, the informational value of your land is going back to John Deere, but here we have the employer being able to take the informational value of the spy that you bring into your own home. So I think the risk, basically, like, it's as bad as it is, we haven't seen anything yet in terms of, companies haven't actually figured out how to use all this data yet, but we shouldn't sit blindly by and say, well, they're not all using it yet, but rather assume. I don't know if you remember when a few years ago, it turned out the FBI was using, so a few members of the FBI were using their capacity to spy on their girlfriend's phone calls. What that said to me is just remember human nature. If people have access to data, they're going to use it in all the human ways that people who've had access to data have used it throughout world history, for revenge, for personal reasons. There's an incredible threat of inequality and extraction, but there's also just a domination problem. Being able to be in a position where like, hey, so I'm looking at this data about people at work. I'm going to look at so-and-so that I have a vendetta against. That if we don't protect against it, it will be used in all kinds of dangerous ways and is a new form of dangerous governance, tyrannical governance.
Well, thank you. Questions from the audience?
Can you hear me, Professor Teachout?
I couldn't, sorry, yeah.
How about now? Good?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Yes. Hi.
So I kind of wanted to touch on what your opinion is on how unions can play a role in this. I think we know that unions aren't what they used to be, but they still pose a clear threat because Amazon wouldn't have spent all that money down in Alabama to bust the union if they weren't afraid of them. So how do you think the role of the union could help, especially as you noted in certain communities, this is predominantly happening to those kind of workers and they tend to get the most benefits out of unions already. So
Yes.
what their role can be in combating this new system that corporations are putting in place.
Great, and who am I speaking to? Because I can't see you, so.
This is Megan. So
Hey.
we've been
Oh, hey,
emailing quite a
Megan.
bit.
Oh, hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you so much for putting this together. I really am delighted to be part of this. Thank you. Thank you for asking that because I feel like I wasn't sufficiently clear. I think the answer to monopoly power and its abuses, and this is one of its abuses, is breaking up big monopolies and building union power. So if you think of antitrust or anti-monopoly more broadly, as union enables the organization of people, and anti-monopoly disables the organization of capital. So I think unions play an absolutely critical role, and I should have included that, like laws that make it easier to unionize are central to taking on surveillance wages, because I want to put a little more fine point on it. Some level of surveillance is going to happen at work. Some level of watching is going to happen in the workplace. And some level of experimentation is going to happen in the workplace. If we're talking just at work, getting rid of all spying outside of work in our. So negotiating for that workplace, what is actually necessary to improve in a non-exploitative way productivity, and what is absolutely off limits, that is actually the classic job of collective bargaining. And it is going to be different for different industries. And so I think of, when I was thinking about those sequencing, step one, privacy is like bans on collection outside of work. Step two, gambling is bans on certain kinds of psychological manipulation. Step three is we need to have a negotiating table that allows for individualized workplaces being negotiated in different ways, because they're going to have to be negotiated in different ways. So I actually think it's absolutely critical. And what we're seeing now is, look, I'm a union household. I joined my first union when I was 18. I'm a major supporter of unions. And I think that, and I wrote about this, I think that in the 80s and 90s, and aughts, unions were not sufficiently vigilant about the dangers of monopoly power. And there's a lot of reasons for that, including that there used to be a sort of a large workplace surplus, bonus, better treatment, a lot of reasons for that. But and then there were none feature that's come as we've seen massive consolidation has led to weakening of unions. We're in a different moment now. We have the Teamsters out front pushing for antitrust laws in New York and around the country because they understand that union power and monopoly power are deeply connected. And that's a longer answer than you were asking for, but I think of unionization and anti-monopoly as being connected, deeply connected in a moral economy, one that we don't have right now, and democracy.
Other questions?
Hi, can you hear me? This is Gabby,
Hi, Gabby.
a disembodied voice speaking to you.
Yes.
I was curious if you have any comments regarding different wage gaps between genders, people from marginalized communities, and how this topic relates to that, because I even think of this push sort of for millennial women to know what their counterparts are making. How much are you making so that I can use this to leverage my individual identity, experiences, and talents to push for more money in terms of salary, and just fixing some of those wage gaps? And how do some of these threats perhaps perpetuate that? Do some of these solutions tie into that? Just any comments on that?
Yeah,
topic?
I mean, we have a massive problem with wage gaps, and like the black-white age gap right now is very significant, has been growing. And young Black women have been incredibly hard hit. So the two things: one, unionization is clearly critical. Two, Professor Jabal has been writing some amazing work on this, which I highly recommend, about gig work, and I think she would also put it in quotations, as a direct legacy of racial wage codes. And she does a really fantastic job drawing the line between the two, because the communities and the people who are the most likely to be subject to be gig workers, and everything I talked about relates to gig work, but let me be more precise how. It's that a lot of the sort of first stage of experimentation surveillance wages is happening not in what the law necessarily calls employment. I would call it employment in situations where you have private contractors. So you see this justification for exploitation, the justification for the need to track, for instance, like make sure she's doing her job, maximize productivity, falling into a lot of racist stereotypes. So I think there is I think there's a lot of different interactions, and I've touched on a few of them here. There's a historical interaction. There's a justificatory interaction, like effectively, like we can't trust and therefore need to survey and maximally survey. We can't trust and therefore need to incentivize and maximally incentivize, that come directly from longstanding racist tropes in American employment history. And then in terms of solutions, unionization and bargaining power are a key part of the solution to address these inequalities that are not just the technical ones I talked about monopsony and surveillance, but also long-standing inequalities of power.
Time for one more question. Do we have one more question? I think we may be out of questions, Professor Teachout. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this, absolutely wonderful symposium. I want to thank Megan and everybody who was involved. Professor Reed, thank you so much for letting me be part of it, and always welcome feedback. So, given that I'm fully surveyed in this, everything was recorded. My hand gestures, the emotion behind it. All right, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. For those who don't know, my name is Megan Massey, and I'm the symposium editor for Law Journal. And thank you again for coming today. And we are excited to wrap up our last panel. And I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our last two panelists for the day. First, we have Professor Eugene Mazzo. who is a visiting professor of law at Seton Hall University School of Law and a nationally recognized scholar of election law. Professor Mazzo's research focuses on voting rights, redistricting, campaign finance, and the regulation of democracy, both in the United States and around the world. His books include The Best Candidate, Presidential Nomination in Polarized Times, published in 2020, Democracy by the People, Reforming Campaign Finance in America, published in 2018, and Election Law Stories, published in 2016. In 2020, Professor Mazzo served as the chair of the section on election law at the Association of American Law Schools, the scholarly organization that governs law schools in the United States. In his writings, Professor Mazzo examines the laws that regulate our democracy and seeks to make them accessible to broad audiences. He has taught at several law schools throughout his career, including Baltimore, George Mason, Maryland, Rutgers, and Wake Forest. A graduate of Columbia College, Professor Mazzo received his master's degree from Harvard, a doctorate in politics from Oxford, and his law degree from Stanford. He's the son of immigrants and was raised in Newark, New Jersey. So give me a round of applause to Professor Mazzo. And our second panelist is Courtney Hostetler. I think I got that right on the pronunciation. Ms. Hostetler is the Senior Counsel for Free Speech for People. Previously, she served as a staff attorney for South Coastal Counties Legal Services. She was an associate at Zelkind, Duncan, and Bernstein LLC, and was a fellow at the ACLU of Massachusetts. She clerked for the Honorable James L. Dennis of the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, and she graduated from Yale Law School. She has a master's in philosophy and development studies from Oxford University and a bachelor's in arts from Colgate University. So please give a round of applause to Ms. Hostetler. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Professor Mazzo.
Okay, can everybody hear me on the other side there? Yes? I think so. Okay, thanks for having me, everybody. Thank you for having me and for inviting me to this wonderful symposium. I'll speak for just a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I'm Gene Mazzo. As Megan told you, I'm a law professor at Seton Hall in Newark, New Jersey. I want to talk to you today about the subject of voting. I'm an election law scholar. I specialize in voting rights, campaign finance, and redistricting. And I've written and edited books and articles on each of these topics. And if you're interested, these can be found online in the public domain, and I guess in the shelves behind me here today. Over the years, I've also taught countless classes on voting rights at 7 different law schools in the United States. Today, I want to argue that it's time for scholars to rethink or maybe reconsider the relationship that we have between the ownership of property and the right to vote. And let me explain a little bit more what I mean by this. I think, or at least I hope, that my thesis will fit into the topic of this symposium. So most Americans today think of the right to vote as a constitutional right. But in fact, the original Constitution that was drafted in 1787 had almost nothing to say about the subject of voting. Instead, voting was regulated by the states at the time. And part of the reason that the Constitution didn't guarantee the right to vote was political. As the historian Alexander Kaysar has written, the Constitutional Convention's debates about suffrage were very brief, and they took place in Philadelphia during the late summer, or during the summer in late July and early August in 1787, when most of the other provisions of our current governing document had already been ironed out. No one wanted to upset the balance, and so none of the framers really wanted to talk about voting very much. In most cases, it was understood who could vote. As in colonial America, colonial America followed the British heritage that preceded it, and suffrage was limited to adult male property owners. In other words, adult men who owned property. At the time of our founding, in other words, in many of the colonies at least, property owners could vote, and this fact wasn't particularly controversial or contested. This property requirement was justified at the time on several grounds, but there were 2 main grounds. First, men who owned property were thought to have what was called a stake in society. They were considered to be more serious, more capable of making wise decisions, and more likely to have reasoned judgment. they weren't migrants or paupers or itinerants who were deemed to have the opposite qualities to the ones that I just mentioned. Second, men who owned property were thought to have independence or to be independent. By contrast, men who didn't own property were thought to be easily manipulable or easily manipulated by others. And this theory was known at the time as Blackstone's view, because William Blackstone famously wrote that people shouldn't be able to vote if they were, in quote, so mean a situation that they, quote, had no will of their own. In Blackstone's day, as the framers knew all too well, British law excluded women, Catholics, Jews, aliens, and servants from voting, as well as felons. And so it was thus natural for the colonists or for the framers to do the exact same thing. Aside from property qualifications, the suffrage laws in the colonies were actually quite varied. Remember that the states had been independent, and so they had widely divergent views on the practices regarding suffrage. Some states like New Jersey, which happens to be my state, actually allowed women to vote at the time of independence, and women had the right to vote in New Jersey until about 1805 or 1807. Other states like New York didn't allow women the right to vote, except in certain circumstances. So, for example, if a woman happened to be a widow and inherited property from her deceased husband, she then had the right to vote in New York State at the time of the founding. And the state of Vermont, which was our 14th state, allowed all men to vote and detached the right to vote from the ownership of property or the paying of a tax. Property was cheap in those days, and so actually about 60 to 70% of adult white men could vote. Now, by 1850, most men could vote, but other categories of people remained disenfranchised. And those who couldn't vote included a wide swath of people. First of all, women. Second of all, Native Americans. Third of all, African Americans. Fourth, paupers under the Blackstone view. Fifth, felons. Sixth, migrants. And then we can include children and other categories of people who didn't have the right to vote. Now, some of these groups of people, like women, of course, eventually gained the right to vote. In women's case, it was in 1920. And some of them, like African Americans, gained it with the 15th Amendment, but then lost it again for all effective purposes during the era of Jim Crow. And some of those groups of people, like felons, have never really managed to gain it in the first place, other than the felons who live in Maine and Vermont, which do give felons the right to vote. After the Civil War, property and wealth qualifications continued to play an important role in our democratic governance, in the sense that they were systematically used to prevent people from voting. So between 1790 and 1850, most of our states that existed at the time held constitutional conventions. And during this time, they wrote new constitutions. And those states who wrote new constitutions or who changed their law on voting eliminated the property requirement for voting. So the property requirement was gradually dismantled. And instead of the property requirement, new economic requirements persisted, mostly in the way of asking voters to pay a tax, for example, in order to vote. Ironically enough, these so-called poll taxes, as they were called, were at first adopted to expand the franchise. In other words, not everyone could own property, it was thought, but some people who were interested in voting would agree to pay a small fee or a tax to demonstrate their interest in voting and to exercise their right to vote. So poll taxes were eventually substituted for property qualifications, and that was thought to be more democratic. They served to provide a new, but this time lower, wealth requirement for voting. And by 1904, all of the states of the former Confederacy had poll taxes on the books, or laws that of poll taxes on the books. Now, poll taxes were actually pernicious, and they were among the mechanisms that were eventually used to deny Black citizens the right to vote, along with literacy tests, secret ballots, grandfather clauses, and I can explain to you how all of these provisions work, but there's something that I teach in election law and that most scholars in this field know a great deal about. Poll taxes lowered the vote. Not only did they deny African Americans the right to vote, but they lowered the percentage of the vote or the turnout rate among whites, especially poor whites. To qualify to vote, a citizen had to pay a tax from prior years too. So it wasn't just the $1.50 that you owed this year, if you hadn't voted in 10 years, then the sum was accumulated and it actually could add up to quite a bit. In 1964, the 24th Amendment banned poll taxes in federal elections. And 2 years later, in 1966, the Supreme Court decided a case called Harper versus Virginia Board of Elections, which ruled that the use of poll taxes in any election violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Now, in that opinion in Harper, Justice Douglas, William Douglas, argued that it was impermissible to discriminate on the basis of wealth when it came to voting, though he didn't mention the racial issues that arose in that case at all. And ever since then, we have had this as our law, that it's unconstitutional. It violates equal protection to discriminate against voters on their basis of wealth. Poll taxes were implemented because it was thought that they would preserve a community's character to those who were most interested in what the community was doing. But in practice, all they did was preserve a link between a person's financial status and, of course, his right to vote. Now, I tell you this history because ever since the Civil Rights era, Americans have embraced a new narrative. I call it the modern narrative. The new narrative, or the modern narrative, tells us that a citizen's ability to participate in the democratic process no longer has anything to do with ownership of property or with wealth or with the ability to pay a poll tax. Property requirements for voting, the modern narrative tells us, have been abolished. They're unconstitutional. They no longer exist. And this narrative, I want to argue, and I will argue in my symposium piece, is somewhat false. And we should do what we can to correct it. I think it's time for scholars to reconsider the relationship between property and voting. Now, owning property today, to be sure, is not a legal requirement to cast a ballot. But there remains a very high correlation, and I mean that, a very high correlation between the amount of property one owns and the likelihood that one will participate in the democratic process. Voter turnout in the United States is vastly unequal. Richer people are more likely to vote than poorer people. While the association between higher family incomes and greater voter turnout is very well documented, the reasons for this relationship aren't very well understood. It seems to be that the cost of voting goes down for those that are wealthy, while at the same time, their incentive to vote goes up, way up. Scholars have long been able to demonstrate that there is a direct correlation between wealth and voter turnout. And here, unfortunately, I can't show you some of the slides that I have, but if I can just explain them to you, turnout is entirely predictable by family income. And for those earning above $150,000, their percentage of voting goes up to way above 80%, approaching maybe even the high 80s. Those earning $50,000 in income, their percentage of voting hovers, a little bit about 40, 50%, something of that sort. The slides would do it more justice, and if you want, I could send those to anybody who's interested. Now, there are some things we know about voting in the United States that we have seen over time. First, the percentage of people who vote in the United States is low by the standards of other democracies, and many theories have been put forth to explain why this is so. Second, it's unquestionable that voter participation increases significantly with rising family income. Indeed, it does so almost in lockstep with income. The richest counties in the United States are also those that have the highest voter turnout on average. The fact that higher income is associated with greater voter turnout doesn't necessarily mean that the higher income causes people to vote. It's just a correlation. There may be other things like education that are the intervening variables, but still that correlation has held steady over time. The third and final thing is that voting isn't the only participatory activity that increases with wealth. For example, those who make campaign contributions to candidates are almost all from the top slice of the income strata. And those who make significant independent expenditures to influence our elections without giving money to a candidate directly are wealthier still. And people who engage in lobbying, to the extent that any people engage in lobbying, come from the very wealthiest strata of our income strata. And those who run for office are almost uniformly people of wealth. It's been pretty well documented by social scientists that people of working class people or people who are poor tend not to run for office very often or think they shouldn't run for office. And there are all kinds of surveys about this. Now that I've told you how wealth correlates with voting, let me ask this question. Why does all of this matter? Why am I telling you this? Well, it matters because for a long time, social scientists argued that there was no significant difference between voters and non-voters. Quote, if everyone suddenly voted, a 1999 study by two social scientists, Ben Hincton and Richard Wolfinger, argued, public policy wouldn't change. In other words, non-voters represent, or rather voters represent non-voters more or less, and the two groups could be mapped on each other. And elites in the news media have largely adopted this view. For example, President Obama's chief economist, Peter Orszag, who was the head of the Office of Management and Budget and a fellow at the Brookings Institution, asserted in 2002 that, quote, mandatory voting would have almost no effect or little effect on election outcomes or on policy. Well, that would certainly be true if voters and non-voters had perfectly overlapping policy preferences. But in recent years, a great deal of research suggests that they actually don't. And if that's the case, if voters and non-voters have different policy preferences, then the fact that poor people are less likely to vote translates into them having a much lower probability of having their interests and their preferences reflected in public policy. In a book from 2013 called Who Votes by two political scientists, Jan Laley and Jonathan Nagler, this book found that there are large gaps that have opened up between voters on the one hand and non-voters on the other on opinions about how large the size of government should be, or what is the proper extent of redistribution. These findings were supported by earlier studies. For example, a 2006 study conducted by the Public Policy Institute of California, just focused on Californians, not on the whole country. This study from 2006 found that non-voters were much more likely to support higher taxes, more social services. It found that non-voters tended to be more liberal than the average voter, and that they supported initiatives like affordable housing. They were in favor of higher taxes. In this 2013 book, the authors found that there was a wide gap between voters and non-voters, and that it tended to open up, especially as class-based issues were discussed and debated. Around this time, and ever since this publication, in 2014, 15, 16, other studies have been done of voters and non-voters. So for example, the Pew Charitable Trusts did a study a few years ago that examined the likelihood that voters and non-voters would examine how likely and non-voters and voters would be to find strong partisan differences between these two groups, or whether there were partisan differences between these two groups. The study found there was a divergence on many key policy issues, including healthcare, taxation, the role of government in society, the size of government. Larry Bartels, who's a political scientist at Vanderbilt, has written a little bit about this issue. And in looking at the data, he concluded no other rich country comes even close to the United States in matching the level of class polarization that exists in budget cutting preferences and in budgeting priorities. This is all problematic because voters are better represented than non-voters in government, which of course makes sense. Our elected officials don't have a strong incentive to respond to non-voters who are disproportionately people of lower income. And there's a growing body of research that shows that when turnout is more equal, politicians respond in kind. So voter turnout affects public policy, and voter turnout is strongly correlated to wealth, as I have tried to argue. In other words, wealthier people or upper middle class people's preferences translate into policies. The preferences of poor people do not. And when you understand the voting patterns among these two groups, this is entirely unsurprising. In 2016, nearly 100 million Americans who were eligible to vote did not cast a ballot for president. This represented 43% of the eligible voting age population. Now in 2020, the percentage was lower, so more people voted and there were fewer non-voters. Still, many studies have been conducted of these people. In a study of these non-voters by a group called the 100 Million Man Project, found that non-voters represented a sizable minority of those people whose voice isn't heard in our representative democracy. Most of our attention as scholars, in other words, in policy or in research, tends to fall exclusively on so-called likely voters, right? That's who the news media writes about. These are people who are perceived by the media, by scholars, by pundits to make the most difference in electoral outcomes. As a result, relatively little, or by contrast, relatively little is known about other people in our country who have a history of non-voting, yet their non-participation is a key feature of our democracy, and it raises important questions about the health of our democracy and our democratic health. Voting is not the only participatory activity that increases with wealth, as I have tried to tell you. Those who make campaign contributions to candidates are almost all from the top slice of the income strata. The number of people in this country who give more than $200 to a presidential candidate is infinitesimally small. Those who make independent expenditures to influence elections are wealthier still. And I have written about both of these groups of people at length, and I'd be happy to talk about the disparities in our campaign finance system too. And those who run for office, as I have mentioned, are disproportionately wealthy. But when we think about democratic participation, most of us think first and foremost about voting and the right to vote. We think that the right to vote is protected by the Constitution, and in some ways, through amendments it is, and in other ways, it's not. We think that the right to vote is sacred. Is it? We could ask ourselves that question. We think that the right to vote is equal to all Americans, and we tell our children that this is what unites us, this equality, that everybody in this country can vote. We're taught to believe that equality, the equality that we take pride in as a people, stems from our universal right to vote. The problem is that the theory and the reality are very different and diverge. And this is the topic that I wish to explore with you today. Thank you for having me.
Hi, that's a tough act to follow. Thank you so much for having me. Professor Mazzo, it was great to hear your remarks. As I said, I'm honored to be here. As Megan mentioned, I am senior counsel at Free Speech for People. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, and we were founded with the mission of overturning Citizens United, which is a Supreme Court case I'll talk a little bit more about later today. And that case struck down limits on independent political expenditures by corporations. In the meantime, we as an organization are working on measures that are designed to restrain unchecked corporate power within the context of the law and the world as we currently find it, which is what I'd like to talk a little bit about today, and specifically how we can think about shoring up our campaign finance laws to better withstand the pressures that our increasingly globalized economy can place upon our government. I'll be touching on a few points. First, I'm going to start with a proposition that is probably familiar to at least some of you, that if left unchecked and underregulated, the outsized financial power of multinational corporations can undermine the political power of people within their host countries, and that in turn can lead to serious human rights violations and environmental abuses. Second, the difficult lessons we've learned about multinational corporations can and should inform the way that we approach political spending in the United States by a different kind of corporation, what I'm going to call the foreign influenced corporation, which is a corporation that benefits from substantial foreign investment. Third, that providing powerful foreign entities access to our elections via the political spending decisions of the companies in which they're invested runs the real risk of undermining the political voices of people who live in this country. And then finally, I want to draw your attention to a solution to prohibit political spending by foreign influenced for-profit corporations in order to better protect our democratic self-governance. So I'll start with multinational corporations. As mentioned, these corporations often have enormous financial powers in the countries in which they operate. And as a little bit of background, what a multinational corporation is a corporation that is headquartered in one country, but has operations in other countries. There's more complicated narratives around them, but that's sort of the basic definition. And they are typically therefore driven to increase profits for people, for owners and investors who live in different countries and have few or no ties to their host communities. And we have seen far too many examples of multinational corporations that commit human rights abuses, harm the environment, and undermine the rule of law in their host countries in pursuit of profit. Nestle, for example, has used child and slave labor in Thailand and in a number of West African countries. Siemens has been embroiled in corruption scandals that include paying bribes and kickbacks to secure government contracts in Argentina, Venezuela, Bangladesh, and even a United Nations oil for food program in Iraq. Closer to home, in 2010, there was an explosion of the BP oil rig off the Gulf of Mexico, which I'm sure we all remember. It dumped the equivalent of 5 million barrels of oil into the Gulf. 11 people died. It took 3 months to stop the spill, and the disaster caused more than $7 billion in damage, many to impoverished fishing communities that lived along the coast. BP and its contractors were found to have violated federal safety regulations, which led to and exacerbated the damage caused by the explosion. So these examples, unfortunately, really barely scratch the surface and demonstrate that these sorts of violations can and have happened everywhere across the world. And a lot of it comes down to money. And again, this drive for profit, which begs the question of what might constrain a company's drive for profit. What does it take to have a company prioritize human rights, workers' rights, the rule of law, the right to some democratic self-governance, or the environment? And as we've seen with these multinational corporations, typically they're more likely to cause damage where their profit maximizing goal isn't tempered either by the corporation's own interests in adhering to the rule of law, or its legal obligation to adhere to the rule of law, or to protect the environment, or to protect human rights. In other words, when they're not constrained by their own interest in a community's well-being or by regulations and laws, that's when you really start to see problems emerge in their areas of operation, which might explain why some companies with decent reputations in their home countries perform so badly abroad, and why sometimes you see companies who come from whose home countries have strong regulations don't necessarily adhere to those same principles again when they're operating abroad. So how does this tie into what I want to speak about today, right? What about corporations that operate in their home country, which is the country in which they're incorporated, but are answerable to foreign investors who live thousands of miles away? And what happens when the home country is one that doesn't have strong protections against the encroachment of corporations into the political sphere? For example, the United States, where two things have happened in the last decade. First, corporations have been given enormous power to spend unlimited amounts of money on US elections. And second, corporations are becoming increasingly reliant on foreign investment. So first, we have the case I mentioned a little bit earlier, Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission. It's a 2010 Supreme Court case that changed the rules for corporate political spending in the United States. Corporations already had the right to spend on ballot measures. But with Citizens United, the court broke with decades of jurisprudence in deciding that the free speech clause of the First Amendment prohibits the government from restricting corporations from making independent political expenditures. Those are expenditures that are related to a candidate, so either supporting a candidate or opposing a candidate, but are made without direct coordination with a candidate for elected office or with that candidate's campaigns. Corporations are, it is still lawful still constitutional to prohibit corporations from directly contributing to candidate campaigns and political parties in elections for federal office. But in part, thanks to Citizens United and Speech Now, which is another case. It's a DC Circuit Court opinion that essentially opened the floodgates to super PACs, which are political action committees where corporations and individuals can pool their money for the purpose of independent expenditures. And over the last decade, these independent expenditures have come to be enormously influential in elections, in the range of billions of dollars being spent, often in ways that make it very difficult to find out where that money is coming from. And what this means is that corporations can wield influence over ballot measures, over elected officials who control the passage of laws that relate to the environment, corporate regulation, wages, labor, and over individuals who are chosen to enforce those laws, either in agencies or in our courts. So that's the first thing. The second thing that has essentially happened in lockstep with the changes that happened after the Citizens United is that the investor market in the United States has been changing rapidly. In 1982, about 40 years ago, only about 5% of all corporate equity in this country came from foreign investment. That number quadrupled to 20% by 2015. But then in less than 4 years, it doubled again. So by 2019, that number hovered around 40%. So in other words, US-based corporations are increasingly relying on foreign investment in two ways. First, corporations that have not yet gone public but are seeking to grow will actively seek out investment, often from foreign sources. Second, publicly traded corporations are reliant on stock prices, which in turn means being reliant on a stock market that also is increasingly influenced by global investment. The more people who are trading in the stock market means the more people there are to chase limited shares, which in turn means prices go up. So there's real benefit to having this globalized international stock market. So what we have now, because of these two trends, the Supreme Court's description of a corporation in the Citizens United as being an association of citizens is much less accurate now than it was 10 years ago. And that's if we accept the idea that it was accurate even 10 years ago. So what does this mean for US elections? The United States has long prohibited any spending, either directly or indirectly, by foreign nationals, governments, or corporations in US elections. But with the changing shape of global investment, as we just discussed, we're starting to see a new and widening avenue for political spending in US elections by entities that might be subject to foreign influence. It could be direct influence, right? A powerful investor could pick up a phone, make a call, just as a powerful donor might be able to get their senator on the phone. But the larger concern is more about the indirect influence that investors wield. And this indirect influence comes because executives are very aware of who their corporation's investors are, where those investors come from, and what their goals might be. To a substantial extent, corporate executives care about their investors. And again, these investors are increasingly located abroad, which means that we're going to see similarly and increasingly executives seeing their jobs as looking out for the interests of those foreign investments. This dynamic is not new, and it once purportedly led the then CEO of ExxonMobil to proclaim, "I'm not a US company, and I don't make decisions based on what's good for the United States." This was an acknowledgement of where his interests lie, what his focus was. Now, the statement wasn't made in response to election spending, but it certainly is applicable. And so when it comes to political spending, it means that executives have the ability to spend literally millions of dollars. And again, they're doing that with an increasingly global pool of investors in mind. A stark example, we can look to what happened in California last year with the Proposition 2020 campaign. Proposition 2020 was Proposition 22 was a 2020 ballot measure that passed and enabled companies like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash to treat its drivers as independent contractors, which is important because if they're employees, they would be entitled to benefits like healthcare, unemployment insurance, and they would be protected by California labor laws. If they are independent contractors, then the companies like Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash that employ them don't have to provide the same level of employee protections. It was a hugely expensive campaign. More than $220 million were spent, and several of the biggest spenders were foreign influence corporations. For example, Uber is a US corporation, but the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia actually owns about 10% of its corporate stock and has a seat on its board of directors. Uber spent $58 million on the Proposition 2022 campaign. DoorDash had not yet had its IPO, but at the time, its major investors included a London-based investment firm and a Singapore-based investment firm. It spent $51 million on the campaign. We can also look at Amazon, which in 2019 poured more than $1 million into Seattle city elections, which was an enormous amount of money for city council elections. And the goal was to get people elected to the city council who would support Amazon's business interests in the city. Amazon also is a company with substantial investment from foreign owners. The company's efforts failed, just to spoil the story a bit. And Seattle soon passed legislation that I will discuss more in just a minute. And that legislation essentially prevented foreign influence corporations from spending on city elections in the future. Like I said, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before I get there, I want to point out that I've given you a couple examples of the big headline grabbing examples of the way in which foreign influence corporations can gain huge traction either in local, city, federal ballot measures, right? But while all our eyes are turning on these big players like Uber, like Amazon, there are other foreign influence corporations that can also play a really big role in campaign financing and in independent expenditures at the local and state level. And there, they don't always have to spend millions of dollars to change the shape of local elections. $10,000, $25,000, $50,000, right? A drop in the bucket compared to the campaign I just told you about, but still, this is money that the average voter just can't compete with. And this kind of influence gives them some real influence over things like environmental regulations, corporate oversight, taxes, mining rights, land development, construction, and manufacturing. These are all often hotly contested issues that aren't decided at the federal level. Often they're decided by city councils and at the state level. And there are ways where foreign influence corporations can often play a big role, but without necessarily attracting big headlines. It's worth mentioning too here that this issue, it's not just about the influence itself, it's also about how it's perceived. It can absolutely jeopardize the trust that voters have in our democratic process and create the appearance of corruption. It can make voters reasonably question the ability of legislators to be faithful to the interest of their constituents when their campaigns rely heavily on independent expenditures by corporations who in turn are acting with the interest of powerful foreign stakeholders in mind. So where do we go from here? One possibility is legislation that would close off this avenue for potential foreign influence in our elections. In early 2020, Free Speech for People helped pass legislation in Seattle that prohibits foreign influence corporations from contributing funds to Seattle elections. It created a bright line foreign ownership threshold. If a single foreign entity holds 1% of more of a US company, that company is prohibited from spending political dollars from its corporate treasury. The prohibition on Seattle elections. It also applied to US companies in which more than one foreign entity owned an aggregate of 5% or more stake in the company. And we have helped introduce and support similar bills in other cities and states, as well as in Congress, where Senator Warren and Congresswoman Jayapal introduced a provision about a similar provision in the Anti-Corruption and Public Integrity Act. This law works within our existing legal framework. I previously mentioned that foreign entities and nationals are prohibited from spending in US elections. And that law was upheld by Blumen versus the Federal Election Commission, a district court opinion later affirmed by the Supreme Court. The court concluded that the law was constitutional because elections go to the heart of our process for democratic self-government. Under existing law, foreign entities, for example, the Norwegian State Pension Fund and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, are not allowed to indirectly or directly contribute to US elections. What we're proposing is a law that would apply the same principles to companies in which these entities hold a level of ownership sufficient for management to take notice. And I know the 1% threshold might not sound like a lot, but absolutely for many publicly traded companies, it is the point of real investor influence. Professor John Coates, a corporate and governance expert at Harvard Law School, explained that 1% voting shares give shareholders the ability to influence corporate decision-making. It's the place where boards of companies are going to listen and engage with them. Robert Jackson, who's a commissioner with the US Securities and Exchange Commission, has agreed that 1% shareholders wield influence over large public companies. In the SEC, the threshold for presenting a shareholder proposal, which can have enormous sway over corporate policies, again, is 1% ownership. These investors, I would say, they don't need to, and they don't need to exercise their sway, because often once this threshold is met, it's where executives become aware of who their big executives are and begin to make decisions with that in mind. So this law, or this law that we have proposed, could go a long way to ensuring that even as our economy globalizes and companies benefit from foreign investment, our elections retain the ability to focus in on the voice of the people who live here.
All right, those were two fantastic papers that go at a real evil that is festering in our democracy, whether it's property in terms of implicit property, in terms of the ability to vote, or alternatively, corporate, indirect foreign corporate investment that goes to influence voters. I want to ask one question for both of you, then I'll throw it out to other people's questions. And it's actually a general question. And it's about how your two papers intersect with one another. So if the question, so Gene, I'm just going to use first names rather than look things up. I'm really sorry. If the point is that people vote their class interests, in that poor people, lower income people are clustered among non-voting people, and there's this tendency for richer people to vote their agendas, why are the big foreign influenced 1% Saudi companies, why do they have the need to influence our elections in the way they do. In other words, if the voting playing field is already slanted towards the rich, why are the foreign influence corporations for the rich so inspired to do more about it? And part of it, a little bit, is also, so Courtney's suggestion is one way of helping us out of this situation, but what else do we need to give people of all income brackets a fair stake in our electoral system? So I'll just give you a chance to kind of talk amongst yourselves for a little bit with that, then we'll throw it open to questions.
You want me to go first? Do you want to go first, Courtney? Your mic's on. There are, I mean, these are complicated questions that I've sort of thought about for many years. We have a different political system. One of the problems, to take the last issue first, about why we don't have higher voting numbers, there's lots of debate about this topic, but one of the things is that we make it more difficult for people to vote. So for example, in this country, everybody's got to register to vote before they vote. And in most European countries, you get an ID card when you turn 18, for example, in Greece or Italy, or Germany, you get an ID card when you turn 18 and you use that to vote. And the state identifies everybody with an identification card. If you say to most Americans, you've got to carry an ID card, the state knows exactly where you are and where you live, they'll send it to you when you turn 18. People are going to say, well, the state's monitoring me, that's Big Brother. There are all kinds of problems with that. So we have a two-step process.
This Big Brother?
Well, yes, that's true. But we have a two-step process. Because people have to register to vote, we see people not registering, forgetting. In some states, like I don't know, North Dakota has either no registration, and some states are now trying to push same-day registration. So those all ameliorate the problem, but they never make it go away. Just voting is very highly correlated with income and with wealth. It is what it is. In terms of, I don't know, how did you phrase the other one in terms of what large corporations do? Why are they in this game if wealthy people are getting their policy preferences? Courtney probably knows this as well as I do, or even better than I do, but we have a very funny funding system for our campaigns. You vote in a certain district, but people can send you money who aren't located in the district. So lots of people who can't vote for you are able to fund your campaigns. Children can send you money, but they can't vote for you, even if they live in your district. Everybody who lives in Minnesota knows perfectly well that they can send money to campaigns in Massachusetts or Georgia or New Jersey or Alaska or California or Iowa. Nobody ever asks why this is this way. The answer is complicated, but basically has to do with the fact that the law of campaigning is governed by the First Amendment. The law of voting is usually governed by state law, and the First Amendment applies to all of us equally. And of course, the doctrine makes no sense whatsoever, because if I follow the logic in Citizens United and say that we shouldn't discriminate on the identity of the speaker, and which is why we allow corporations to have independent expenditures, well, then if the identity of the speaker happens to be, if somebody wants to give money who's located to a Minnesota politician who's located in New Jersey, why do we discriminate on the identity of the speaker when the person is a foreign national and is located in China? And we have actually a case from the DC circuit called Blumen versus FEC that solidify this idea that the First Amendment, when it comes to campaigning, doesn't extend beyond our borders. But as I was going to mention, Courtney probably knows this as well, or even better than I do, but if you actually look at the policy preferences of our politicians and you map them, in other words, if you take the median voter, if you take the median citizen or the median adult, voting age adult in a politician's district, and you find out where that median person's policy is, and then you take the median policy person of the politician or of the member of Congress, it turns out to be not very close to that median person's, to the median resident of the district. it's much closer to the median voter of the district. But then we could take this experiment even further, and we could say, let's map the median policy position. And there's lots of this research going on all the time. Let's map the median policy position of the politician, and then let's map on a Downsian continuum the median policy position of the median voter who voted for that politician, and then let's map the median policy position of the median donor who gave him money. It turns out, for most politicians, their policy preferences align almost perfectly with their donors and far away from their voters. So, we have a campaign finance problem in this country because the people they represent are all of the people in their district. The ones who vote for them are just a subsection, and the people who give them money is just some tiny sliver of American society who happen not to even live in the district. And I've done all this research which shows you, and I can show you graphs and charts of this all day long, is that the median congressman is getting a higher and higher and higher percentage of his campaign contributions that are coming from outside of his district, right? So in 1978, the median congressman—
Can I actually hear from Courtney? I thought that was fantastic, but just what would you say? Why are they spending this money? What are they doing with it?
Their goal is, and I think this is what it boils down to, their goal is to protect often their business interests, or at least we know that executives who are working for corporations that are benefiting enormously from an injection of federal funds or from this globalized stock market are very aware of the profit interests of their foreign investors. For folks living in this country, and I, again, Professor Mazzo, you said it very succinctly in your own talk today. There's absolutely this push toward the interests of the wealthy, but at the very least, people in this country, even wealthy people in this country, have some form of cross pressures, right? We can see it from, this corporate social responsibility move. We can see it from a real concern after the January 6th insurrection, with people wanting companies to say explicitly that they are not going to contribute or support candidates who were involved in that insurrection. We can, and there's other examples, right? Somebody who's invested in Amazon and lives in Seattle or lives in the United States might want Amazon to do really well, but maybe not at the expense of the corporate capture of civil life in Seattle, right? That becomes less and less true the further away you get, which is why I started with that conversation about multinationals, because what we've learned is that when people are sending their money into another country with the hopes of making profit back, they don't have that connection, that knowledge of what's going on in that country, that interest in whether or not the rivers are clean, whether or not the drinking water is clean, whether or not there's kind of sludge pouring out of mines, whether or not people are getting paid a reasonable wage. And it's also not really visible to their home countries, right? They benefit a lot from the invisibility of what they're doing. So when that is coupled with a lack of regulation and a lack of protective laws, that's when you get situations that are ripe for the abuses that we've seen over and over again. And so I think the lesson that we have here is exactly that, right? We have executives who are increasingly aware of this growing group of foreign investors who aren't tied to our community here and are going to be, and there's I think the path of least resistance, let's say, of that executive is to just maximize profit, right? To not be so concerned with the cross pressures, because those aren't cross pressures that their foreign investors have, right? Their foreign investors might care very much about the health of their own countries in terms of democracy and political voice and environment and wage laws. But that's going to be, I think, in the minds of executives, much lower on the list of that investor's priorities. And so when you have these, enormously well-funded corporations who are bending to the interests of foreign investors, you're going to see this coalescing around driving profits. And when that happens, we have to have regulations in place that protect our democracy against that maximizing approach.
Okay, very good. Are there questions from the audience? Okay, let me just ask one second question about the First Amendment, and in particular about Justice Roberts, the author of Citizens United. And, I understand about, the First Amendment stopping at the country's borders. And when I think about Citizens United, I can't not think about Holder v. Humanitarian Law Project, about material support for foreign terrorism, where he distinguishes between statements made by foreign terrorists and statements made by domestic terrorists. But when it comes to, so on one level of this perspective, the class-biased electorate influenced by corporate spending elects people who select judges and justices. And yet at the same time, Justice Roberts seems to have a concern that you see in the Affordable Care Act case about the legitimacy of the court. What do you think the future is? What are the prospects for overturning Citizens United? What are the prospects for, in this very clever way, eating away at Citizens United with foreign-owned multinationals, especially with the Supreme Court with a 6-3 conservative majority, whatever that means, but with some very libertarian, anti-statist people on it?
So I can take that first, and I know we don't have too much time, but free speech for people has long supported overturning Citizens United via constitutional amendment, and it's certainly an approach and project we are still passionate about and working on. But we're also aware of the law, the parameters under which we currently operate, and that's the one where Citizens United is the law. But at the same time, we're again seeing this influx of foreign investment, seeing the way that can harm has harmed sovereign nations before, can harm us now, and ways in which that we can operate within the kind of parameters of Citizens United to, at the very least, to close down this avenue that's opening up, where we can expect to see more and more corporate executives being aware of and acting in a way that is responsive to very powerful individuals, entities, corporations, governments that are outside of this country. Because we're in this kind of odd situation where the laws right now, somebody with a working visa in this country who's been here for 3 years, 4 years, 10 years, but doesn't yet have a green card or doesn't want a green card, they can't donate $50 to their the local city council. They can't donate $1 to the local city council. But at the same time, we can have enormously powerful governmental pensions funds, buying substantial shares of a U.S. company, investing in a U.S. company, and they're therefore kind of getting a seat at the table, because now they're, maybe they pick up a phone call, but maybe they pick up the phone and make a call to a corporate executive or a board of directors, but they also probably don't even need to make that call, right? Because once they've invested, the management is going to be aware that they're investors and want to make them happy, right? So we have this odd disconnect where incredibly powerful actors outside of this country are have this avenue in, that just completely dwarfs the political voice of people who are here, citizens, permanent residents, people who were here on a work visa, right? I mean, they don't have that kind of power.
Okay, Gene Mazza, do you have a?
Sure, I'll say a few words. I mean, I have to say, first of all, I'm very, very familiar with what Free Speech for People does, and I know John Boniface and Ron Fine, who John is the founder of the organization. I know them fairly well, and I respect their work a great deal, and they have thought about ways to overturn Citizens United. It's not really clear from my standpoint as a researcher what the effects of Citizens United are. Some of them are kind of counterintuitive. I'm not really sure, right? The data is different, and different scholars have different views of what happens depending on their own political leanings, I guess, in some ways. I don't think that corporations are really big players in elections themselves. You know, I could be wrong. The data might not show this, but you know, Pepsi doesn't want to go and spend lots of money to influence some election. Ballot measures are different, but you know, then half the people will get upset and stop drinking Pepsi. They don't want, you know, Republicans or Democrats to stop drinking Pepsi. Corporations are more in the business of lobbying, and that's really where they're you know, do they spend money on elections? Sure, at the margins. Do we see subsidiaries of foreign corporations spending more money or giving more money to super PACs? Yeah, we do. It's not, in fact, increased with every single election cycle ever since Citizens United has passed. In other words, the amount has increased and outpaced inflation. But corporations are really in the business of lobbying our elected officials to get what they want, and that those lobbying pressures are very, very strong. What we see because of Citizens United is an enormous amount of money that's going into independent expenditure committees. That's what they're technically called. We call them super PACs on TV. And what we see is a few very wealthy individuals like the George Soroses or the Sheldon Adelsons of the world, basically, you know, funding elections and spending independently or so-called independently without coordinating, though most people think they're coordinating in some ways, to an extent that the candidate himself can't even raise that much money. That's what we really see has happened. We see a few private individuals who have outsized influence with the parties and can sway elections in districts that can go either way. By the way, our elections are totally uncompetitive. Out of the 435 congressional races, there are like 60 of them that are competitive in any way whatsoever, and the rest are just a foregone conclusion. So, you know, to wrap up, I mean, we see enormous wealth coming into the political system, both from corporations and from wealthy individuals. It's spent differently, it's spent, and the pressure points are different, but it certainly exists, and it's certainly a problem. Are we ever going to get to a system where everybody votes and wealthy people and poor people vote in the same percentage and turnout is the same among them? I don't think so. There are countries like Australia and Belgium that have mandatory voting, and you get fined if you don't vote, but that's just a long way from where we are in this country. And I don't, you know, I mean, scholars have proposed such things, but I just don't think they're practical in any way, or that they won't be implemented.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, go ahead, Chuck.
Charles Reed here. I do have a question for Professor Mazzo.
Sure.
And that is that it may be the case that corporations may not be interested in partisan politics, in the sense that they may want the Republicans versus the Democrats to win a particular election, but they are interested in policy outcomes. And we are seeing this play out right now in our trade policy with China, that we do see corporations not necessarily tilting decisively towards the Democrats or tilting decisively towards the Republicans, but tilting decisively, it would seem, in favor of a particular trade policy and against another. Is that where we see the playing out of partisanship? Not directly, hooray, we're red or hooray, we're blue, but rather in more subtle policy support for one policy outcome as opposed to another.
Well, I mean, I just put it in different words, and what I said it was that corporations are not in the election game, they're in the lobbying game. And so the way they get their policies, you know, a tax cut or a tax break, or you see the Build Back Better program, the infrastructure program, you see the social policy program that's being advanced but right now, and corporations have an enormous stakes in the outcomes in a way that people don't, and corporations have the resources, they're in the lobbying game. So regardless of who's elected, they're not throwing money into elections. Well, they can't give any money to candidates by law. They could spend independently, but we don't see them doing that much. I mean, a little bit, but not very much. They spend enormous money on lobbying. They spend so much money on lobbying that it dwarfs the entire budget of Congress. If you take all of their salaries of all of the congressmen and all of the staffers and everybody that works on Capitol Hill, it's some tiny percentage of the amount of money that's spent on lobbying by corporations. It's just an enormous business, and it's just the way politics works. This is how they get what they want. Someone shows up and tells you what the corporation wants, or threatens you in lots of ways, or to withhold something. And the Supreme Court thinks that this is not bribery. They think this is influence. We've got lots of opinions on this. This is just influence. This is the way our politics works. It's not bribery. Bribery is defined as somebody paying you actually for you to vote a certain way. If you vote this way, I'll give you $1 for it. That's bribery. This is not bribery. This is influence. I don't personally agree, but yeah, I don't think corporations are in the game of backing Republicans or Democrats in an election. Now, that's not true when it comes to ballot initiatives, but ballot initiatives regulate corporations, and ballot initiatives have been for a long time an exception to our campaign finance jurisprudence, because remember, the reason we have campaign contributions, going back to Buckley versus Vallejo from 1976, is to prevent corruption or the appearance of corruption. And in a ballot initiative, there's nobody to corrupt. There's no candidate on the other side, so you can't possibly corrupt them. And so corporations can spend money to influence the outcome of elections. They can't contribute to candidates. They can contribute, to PACs or spend independently to run ads, but we don't see corporations running ads on behalf of or as opposed to candidates. Rather, whoever wins, regardless of whether it's a Democrat or Republican or whoever it is, the corporation is then going to go and lobby that person to get the policy they want. It's just a more effective use of their resources, knowledge, expertise, and it's done behind the scenes so voters don't get upset. They keep drinking Pepsi and Coke, regardless of what party they're in. So that's my view. People have different views on this stuff.
Okay, fantastic. Great talk. Great, looking forward to the papers. It was a pleasure to listen to your talks. Hope that we can come up with some solutions here. Let's give both of the speakers a hearty round of applause.
Yes, I just want to echo Professor Khan. Thank you to our speakers, and thank you to Professor Khan for taking some time out of his afternoon to help moderate this panel. We are coming to our conclusion of our event today, and I just want to reintroduce, because you've seen him a lot today, Dr. Charles Reed, who is the mastermind behind this symposium, and without his hard work and dedication since really last spring, and this event wouldn't have happened today, and these important and necessary conversations would have never happened. So give a round of applause to Dr. Reed, who will be giving some closing remarks.
I can thank you for those gracious remarks yourself, and thank you for all the great work you put in. Last spring, you're right, last spring you and I, and also the editors of the Journal of Law and Public Policy, the two journals together, brainstormed and we developed a set of symposia, two symposia that serve as kind of bookends. Last week, we saw the first event, which was the symposium entitled Revitalizing Public Goods, which explored what is it that the public sphere should and could be responsible for, and what might properly not belong there. And today, we explored the other dimension of this, and that is the private sphere, and what are the threats posed to the democratic order, posed to good governance by unaccountable, undemocratic private power. Together, the two events come together, I believe, to pose the greatest questions confronting not only the United States but the world today, and that is the balance between a kind of a large and growing private network of unaccountable, undemocratic private power that dictate the terms of daily life, and a public sphere that should and could properly assume a whole series of responsibilities and roles. in a few months, we will see the outcome of this, of course. We'll see a pair of journals produced that will bring together the insights of these two events. But before then, I do want to thank everybody involved. I want to thank the editors of the Journal of Law and Public Policy who were involved last week. I'd like to thank the editors of the Law Journal who were involved in today's symposium. I'd like, of course, to thank all of the participants we've had between the two events, somewhere just north, I believe, of 25 participants. That is a lot of participants in an 8-day span. A lot of people worked very hard to pull this together. Too many for me to thank by name, and I know that sounds like an easy way out, but there's a lot of people in this room, a lot of people to thank, and who were involved last week. Thank you all. It's been a wonderful time working with you all. I'm looking forward to continuing this work as we get the papers in order and get a couple of wonderful journal issues out. Thank you all very, very much.